Good morning, and a warm welcome to all delegates, speakers, and audience present today in the R.I.S.E conference, which is Redefining Institutional Strategy for Excellence, the Uttar Pradesh edition. I'm Prachi, a senior analyst at QS iGauge, and I will be the event moderator for today. To initiate today's conference, I invite Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, Regional Director, QS for Middle East, North Africa, and South Asia, and CEO of QS iGauge, to give the welcome address.
A very good morning and a warm welcome to all the delegates, speakers, and audience which is present with us today. A special mention to the two leaders from our hosting institution, Mr. Raman Batra, Vice President for NIT, and Dr. A. Garg, Director for KIT. Our special guest for today, Professor M.P. Punia, Vice Chairman for AICTE, which is All India Council for Technical Education. All the dignitaries, leaders from various institutions with us here today. Again, a very warm welcome to all of you. I'm truly delighted to welcome you to this edition of R.I.S.E, which is hosted by QS iGauge, and R.I.S.E, which stands for Redefining Institutional Strategy for Excellence. As you may have noticed, QS iGauge has partnered with universities and higher education institutions across 6 states of India for this conference series. And I would like to call it more than a conference. It is a quality movement in India. We inaugurated these series of sessions with the state of Punjab last week, and will continue every week to host a new state taking quality and excellence on a local level, which is global with a touch of local, to the thoughts and minds of educational leaders in these states. Ladies and gentlemen, today we embark on a journey of exploring ideas and thoughts in the state of Uttar Pradesh. We have seen a wonderful video, the rich cultural heritage which Uttar Pradesh brings together. We at QS iGauge are delighted to partner with 2 institutions to bring together this edition of R.I.S.E, which is KIT Group of Institutions and NIT Noida Institute of Engineering Technology, to host this conference today. Definitely this wouldn't be possible with the 2 dynamic leaders we have had at these institutions who have made this possible. So my heartfelt thanks to Dr. A. Garg from KIT and Mr. Raman Batra from NIT, which has showcased collaboration and internationalization at home by joining hands together and with QS to support the state of Uttar Pradesh for this very important conference that realizes many thoughts for our national education policy. In our R.I.S.E conference, we go beyond the marathon of webinars, and you've probably seen them in the last year. We want to go beyond the daunting scenario we are in to deliberate upon the possible solutions, the way forward, and action plans towards achieving institutional excellence amid and despite the innumerable challenges which the current pandemic and global crisis has brought upon us. To today's platform of R.I.S.E, the leaders of higher education institutions in UP will connect with their peer groups and discuss the current situation and education in the state. We're also going to be putting leaders in a hot seat later, so stay on for the entire duration of this event. So I've asked the question, why did we choose UP for this edition of the conference? As you might be aware, the higher education or the education system in UP has been bolstered by the new education policy and initiatives launched by the government. It is home to 76 universities and more than 7,000 colleges and different standalone institutions. Hence, UP has become one of the education hubs of India. The state has premier institutions like the 2 IITs at Kanpur and Varanasi, an IIM at Lucknow, an NIT, and a triple IT at Allahabad. It is also great to see the achievements of these institutions are coming forward to actively participate and undertake various quality assurance and assessments of their education delivery and practices to improve not just their national, but global presence through rankings, ratings, and accreditations. So stay tuned for the insightful keynote speeches, an interesting panel discussion, and an exciting higher education debate, which I will share later, and some of the most pertinent topics on Indian higher education. And after that, we have 2 exclusively curated workshops where an esteemed group of speakers, presenters, and debaters throughout the day will keep you intrigued and connected of the various topics we'll bring together on the higher education discourse in India. In conclusion, I would not do justice if I would not mention and acknowledge the brilliant, hardworking, and intellectually talented team at QS iGauge in Bangalore for their amazing effort in putting together not just this edition, but 6 whole editions across 6 weeks of July and June. So a big shout out to the amazing team, which we call One Team, One Dream in Bangalore. So without further delay, let us proceed with today's series of impactful sessions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashwin, for the welcome address. I now invite our next speaker, Mr. Raman Batra, from our co-host institution, Noida Institute of Engineering and Technology, NIET. Mr. Batra is the Executive Vice President at NIET and is an accomplished business leader with over 2 decades of rich experience. He holds an MTech degree from IIT Bombay and is the recipient of many accolades. His current focus is to enhance employment among fresh graduates, imparting world-class business skills and providing them with opportunities that connect them to the network of employers. A very warm welcome, sir.
Thank you, Prachi. A very warm welcome and good morning to one and all. Albert Einstein talked about education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. Today, myself, Raman Batra, representing NIET Greater Noida, and welcome you all to the event Redefining Institutional Strategy for Excellence, termed as R.I.S.E. R.I.S.E has been an initiative taken by QS iGauge, and it has been co-hosted by NIET Greater Noida and KIT Group of Institutions. Out here, the platform was being given for the education leaders, industry leaders to discuss, brainstorm on different strategies that can be adopted to improve the quality of higher education in the current scenario. Being NIET, one of the first autonomous institute of the state of Uttar Pradesh, recently been is awarded as diamond rating by QS iGauge, and we were also being awarded as E-Lead certificate last year for doing amazing work over online education at the time of pandemic. The initiative taken by QS iGauge is to bring the best mind from the academia and industry together on a single platform to discuss and collaborate on the quality of education, and will bring forth important strategy that can be adopted to impart education in institutions offering higher education. Due to the ongoing pandemic, everyone knows and witnessed a major change in the education system of our country. The students have been off campus for more than a year due to the lockdowns. We all have been shifted to online mode. The new education policy and UGC continuously giving strength and emphasis on blended mode of teaching and learning, suggesting a mixture of face-to-face and online activities to take this country ahead. Today, we have our keynote speaker, Professor M.P. Punia, Vice Chairman of AICTE. Dr. Punia is one of the dynamic leaders at technical education at AICTE, whose significant contribution for the growth and development in the technical education in this country. He will be talking today about new education policy and the vision. The other keynote speaker what we have today is Professor Fred, who is professor at Aalborg, Denmark. Today he'll be talking about academic rankings useful in university management and strategy. We have a very strong panel discussion post that coming, where we have Professor Dinesh Singh, Vice Chancellor of J.C. Bose University of Science and Technology, Haryana, and Professor Vineet Kansal, Pro Vice Chancellor, AKTU. Both have contributed tremendously in overall development of teaching and learning process at the state university level. Post that, we also have people from industry, Mr. Kamal Batra and Professor Dr. Patrick Wheeler, who will be talking about benchmarking internationally, implement locally. It will be moderated by our dear friend, Dr. A. Garg, Director, KIT Group of Institution. Post that, we have a hot seat, as Ashwin talked about, a debate segment where we have industry representation coming from Mr. Rajiv Nathani, Global Head HR Infogain, and Ms. Anuradha Sharma, who will be speaking on for motion for quality in education, all talk, no action. For against the motion, we have Dr. Amita Dev, Vice Chancellor of IGDTUW, and Dr. A.Q. Ansari, Professor JMI University, and the moderator will be our dynamic CEO of QS IGAUGE, Dr. Ashwin Fernandez. Post the panel discussion, we have case studies on internationalization of colleges being showcased by Dr. Vinod M. Kapse, Director NIT Greater Noida, and Dr. Preeti Chitkara, Head PR and IR, KIT Group of Institution. And we also have Mr. Oliver, Global Head Client Success, will be moderating the panel discussion. Going towards the end of the event, we have Dr. Sachin Kumar, who will be talking about expert presentation on measuring institutional quality and excellence through QS IGAUGE, followed by masterclass by Professor Shailendra Triwari and Atul Kant, and masterclass by Dr. Kumud on AR, who is IT head at NIT. So all these valuable insight we'll be talking about on today's platform. It's a great initiative taken by QS and both the co-hosts. We all are eagerly waiting to hear to the senior leaders in academia and industry present today and giving their insight about quality education. As far as the state of Uttar Pradesh, we are one of the youngest state of the country, and it's an initiative which has been taken to improve the systems and process at higher education. I once again welcome you all to the unique conference for which we all are eagerly waiting to. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts with us and introducing the entire flow of what all we are going to cover in this session. So this will give our audience an insight into what is lined up today for them. I now invite Dr. A. Garg from our co-host institution, KIT Group of Institutions. Dr. Garg is currently serving as the director, KIT Group, and possesses over 34 years of extensive experience in industry and academia. As an academic leader, his focus has always been to create experienced engineers duly aligned with the needs of the industry. Dr. Garg holds his BE in Mechanical Engineering from Delhi College of Engineering, which is now Delhi Technology University, MTech and PhD both from IIT Delhi. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A very good morning to all present here. On behalf of organizer Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, CEO QS IGAUGE, my co-host Shri Raman Batraji, Executive President NIT, and our institution, that is KIT Group of Institutions, I very warmly welcome Vice Chairman AICT, Professor MP Puniaji, other esteemed speakers and panelists of the day, along with a large number of participants that I see today to the R.I.S.E conference of Uttar Pradesh. I must at the outset thank Dr. Ashwin for organizing this conference and giving us and NIT the collaborative opportunities, which is extremely, extremely important for all of us to grow together. And also for choosing a very extremely important and relevant topic in today's scenario, redefining institutional strategy for excellence. We actually need to redefine the strategies and also make use of the opportunities that are available as of now. There are many challenges, I would say. If I talk India per se, there are approximately 1,040 universities and 42,000 colleges, plus around 11,000 standalone institutions. Now, out of which, large number of universities and colleges, about 400 plus universities are located in rural areas, and about 60% of these colleges, that's about 24,000 colleges are located in rural areas. There are digital infrastructure issues. There are digital literacy issues with this population. Even the tier 2, tier 3 city colleges have got this problem. We probably do not have a kind of a customized ERP or LMS in most of the institutions. They have been developed out of the independent needs, individual needs. This is one of the major concerns to my mind. Also, to increase the gross enrollment ratio to 50 by year 2035, as mandated in the National Education Policy 2020, we need to travel a long way. The total enrollment in the higher education is approximately 3.85 crores. That's about 38.5 million. Now, with the present GR of 27.1, reaching a GR of 50 in another 14 years is a Herculean task. And mind it, in 2015-16, we had a GR of only 24.5. That means to say that in last 5 years, our gross enrollment ratio has barely increased by 2.6 percentage. So we can see the kind of a job which we need to do, and there's a huge responsibility. Simultaneously, I find that we need to improve the education standards also, or the quality of the institutions, to bring them at par with the international standards. Now, if I look at the UP figures, as was brought out by Ashwin also, that in UP there are close to 80 universities, and which are the highest number of universities after Rajasthan in India. There are approximately 7,500 plus colleges in the state, and every 1 lakh of population in the state of UP, there are 31 colleges. And UP also comes at number 1 with the highest number of enrollment, followed by Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu. Now, there are numerous challenges in which are peculiar to the state of Uttar Pradesh. I'll say some of the northern states, if I may put it. First, I find is what we need to combat is the poor communication skills of the students. The students are good; they come from the state board setup, and they are able to write well. But then, as far as their communication comes, their communication skills need to be improved. Probably all the institutions, we can have a separate department like humanities and social sciences and things like that, which can focus on the communication skills. Their financial status is not very good by and large of the families from where the students come. I was surprised to find that the large number of students do not have the laptops in last 1.5 years, what we have seen. They have been attending classes through their mobiles. Another thing which we find is that the institutions in this part of the country, probably including Rajasthan, Punjab, and also UP, not many institutions are autonomous. Mostly they are affiliated. There is a low international exposure due to family incomes being less. Industry connect is improving with the efforts of the AICT. A large number of initiatives have been taken. I would like to compliment Professor Punia for that. Teaching learning processes, they need to be improved. The teaching learning process have to be outcome based, which probably is not there as of now. Research culture, which needs to be improved. Research faculty concept can be incorporated in our institutions, where we can give some kind of a extra teaching load can be reduced of some group of faculty, and their research target can be increased. We need to establish industry internship partnership cells in all the institutions. Probably that would be a very timely need, as has been also said by the AICT. Also, we find there is a kind of obsession among the students to go for the circuit branches. Everybody wants a computer science branches. So what probably we need to do that in parallel, some kind of a minor specialization can be developed in all the institutions, where the aspirations of the students who are in the core branches that can be addressed once they attend this minor specialization courses. And a kind of a computer programming should be another third language of the institution, of all the institutions. So these kind of things are required, and also we can have a international relation office established in our institutions, so that we can give exposure in terms of internship to the students who want to go abroad. The students, what we have seen, they're more interested. The whole culture of the institutions is that everybody wants to acquire the degrees only. Even the faculty, students, the whole focus is on the acquiring degrees and getting the degrees. So we need to really work on these kind of points. And I'll be also mentioning to you, there has been exponential increase in the number of universities and colleges in India. In 2015, there were close to 400 universities. Today, we have got around 1,000 universities. So if I see that every week, one university has come up from year 2003, and 5 colleges every day have come up in the last 15 years. So we have got such number of universities and colleges, and the good number of faculty members and the academic leaders, though kind of a grooming needs to be done. Now, in order to achieve this GER of 50, we need to have more number of institutions, and simultaneously we need to develop our leaders and the faculty members. That is another challenge. Now, so is virtual university the answer for all this? Can we have only the virtual universities? Or do we need to have a blended kind of a model of the universities? That all we need to deliberate, and we have to take a decision whether the existing brick and mortar structure can be supplemented with the blended form of these virtual universities. So what I would like to say that the present pandemic has opened a lot of collaborative opportunities as we are today. As the leaders, we were also not very comfortable in the virtual connect, but now we are. So we have gone digital. Confidence is there in all of us to adopt the digital mode of teaching learning. So my only request and that's what I would like to say, that we should not allow to fade away these learnings during the post-pandemic era. That's extremely important. It shouldn't happen when the college is open and then we just go back to a face-to-face teaching. We need to implement everything what we have learned in last 1.5 years or so. In this background, I would like to say that it is extremely important that we redefine our strategies to achieve all these objectives. And it's very, very timely conference. I think if we delay in identifying the new targets, we will get delayed. And the opportunity which is there in front of all of us, we'll lose that opportunity. I'm sure that today's deliberations are going to be extremely helpful in synergizing the efforts, education and industry leadership at various levels in the right direction. That's extremely important. The industry involvement with the academia is extremely important for us to move in the right direction. Once again, I would like to thank QS IGAUGE for this wonderful idea, and I'm sure there'll be enough takeaways for all. Thank you all for your presence in such a large number. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that inspiring welcome address and setting the context. We've had really good insights from you in terms of where is Uttar Pradesh and where is it going in terms of the vision for education. It is now time for the first keynote address on new education policy vision by Professor M.P. Punia. Dr. Punia is the Vice Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, AICTE, and specializes in the field of mechanical engineering, renewable energy, and sustainable development. He holds MTech and PhD from IIT Delhi. Dr. Punia possesses a vast experience of 30 years with over 80 publications across national and international forums and is a member of multiple prestigious organizations and associations. A very warm welcome, Dr. Punia. We are really looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Prachi. Good morning. First of all, I'll congratulate organizers of this R.I.S.E conference. Very, very important event, and that too for whole state of UP, where population is around 250 million. Means huge state in the country, and enormous expectation country is having from UP state. My best wishes to Dr. Ashwin Fernandes, CEO of QS IGAUGE, then very prominent academic leader of the institute that is very prominent in this area, the Noida Institute of Engineering and Technology, Mr. Raman, then Dr. A. Garg, Director of KIT Group of Institutions. So amazing combination of this team QS and our academic leaders who are here. First and foremost issue which we are raised by Dr. Garg, that is about our gross enrollment ratio. Meaning of gross enrollment ratio is in the age group of 18 to 23, eligible students who are willing to enter into higher education, that ratio in our country is only 27%. When I'm saying eligible in the age group of 18 to 23, if 100 students are dreaming to enter into higher education, only 27 are getting opportunity to enter into higher education. This ratio in US is around 83%. In UK, it is more than 70%. In Japan, it is more than 70%. Malaysia, more than 60%. Our neighbor China, more than 50%. Ours is 27%. So concern of Professor Garg is very relevant. Country will be growing only if higher education will be stronger, and more young boys and girls which we are having in our country, and who are the future of the nation, if they'll be getting the opportunity. But bottleneck in this case is in the age group of 18 to 23, the students who are entering into higher education, first of all, they'll have to have class 12 certificate. If they don't have class 12 certificate, then certainly they are not eligible, in fact, to enter into higher education. So in our country, the one reason for lower this gross enrollment ratio is in school education system, the dropout is so high. So when children are reaching up to class 12th, the enrollment in the schools are going down. So eligible students who are dreaming, in fact, for taking admission into higher education, that number itself is smaller. So now University Grants Commission is redefining this gross enrollment ratio. Now they are saying eligible enrollment ratio. How many students are eligible to enter into higher education and how many are getting opportunity. So in national education policy, first and foremost task is the school education, it has to be strengthened, and the right to education, which exactly it is defined in our constitution now, it has to be implemented in complete spirit of this one. So if our school education will be strengthened, then certainly our higher education will be. So the dream of 50% gross enrollment ratio, first and foremost task is eligibility of the students who are willing to enter into higher education, that it has to be strengthened. That is foremost part. Second important issue which has been taken into this one, the quality of the products which are coming out. When we are saying quality of the product, first of all, in technical education, which we people are regulating, and when we are defining this quality, first of all, children should be technically sound, and they should be professionally competent, and finally they should be socially relevant. So three major attributes of our students which we need in technical education system, that they should be technically sound, they should be professionally competent, and they should be socially relevant. If I'm combining all together all these three attributes of our students, that is termed as quality education. How they'll become technically sound, how they'll become professionally competent, how they'll become socially relevant, that will be coming through the processes of learning which we are there, the way we are grooming our graduates. It will be coming through this one only. When I'm defining quality and how we'll be achieving these three attributes, foremost thing is the role of teacher is very, very important. Even Professor A.K. Garg Sahab was saying that competent, qualified, talented, and people who are loving this profession, those type of people we need in teaching profession. So when these three attributes we are planning to achieve, first of all, the teacher who is inside the class physically, I'm saying physically, I'm not coming to this blended. First of all, I'm coming to physical mode. When teacher inside the class, he is having 60 students and he is teaching a particular subject. So in quality, foremost parameter, the important parameter is the subject which that teacher is teaching. First of all, interest of the student should be created into that subject. We can't force, we can't push the knowledge, we can't throw the knowledge and it should be taken by the students. It is not possible at all. So first of all, role of teacher, that is very important. And in quality education, the content which are being delivered to the students, first of all, interest of the students, it has to be created. That is first part. And once students are inclined towards that subject, then whatever syllabus we are having, whatever curriculum we are having, according to that one, that training, it has to be provided. Training in terms of the attitude, training in terms of skills, and training in terms of the education, the skill, knowledge, and attitude. In fact, when I'm saying knowledge, the mind's-on part. When I'm saying skills, it is hands-on part. When I'm saying attitude, it is heart's-on part. So combination of all these three, if it is there in that knowledge or the skill which students who are carrying them, and after getting those skills, when they are going in the field of work, when they are contributing for the betterment of the society, the quality reflects. In fact, whatever learning they had in the class, their attitude, their skill, their knowledge, while they are working, it should be reflected and they should be able to deliver. When I'm saying able to deliver, that is outcome based education. So when I'm saying quality, the foremost part is whatever learning is happening, how that is getting implemented. It is not important what subjects we are teaching, it is not important in what way we are teaching, it is not important what percentage students are scoring. Most important is what students are able to do. That is foremost. So second important part of our national education policy is that is on the basis of outcomes. The learning processes which we are having, the curriculum which we are having, the training which we have imparted, how students are entering into world of work, and how they are proving that we people are competent enough and we are ready to solve the problems of the society. That is the gist of this national education policy, that whatever learnings are taking place into the classes, it has to be connected with the application, it has to be connected with innovation, it should be connected with problem solving of the society, the comfort of the society, and children who are coming out, they should be in harmony with the society. They should be able to understand what is their role in fact in the society, what is their role in family, what is their role in community, what is their role in society, what is their role in country, and even as at global level, what exactly they are contributing. So foremost task which has been assigned to every teacher in the country through national education policy, it is making our graduates socially relevant, and the learning outcomes are most important. The challenge which we people are facing, whatever we are teaching, majority of the times teachers don't know why I'm teaching inside the class. Even students are not knowing why I'm learning. So students are learning because they'll have to have a certificate, they'll have to have a degree, and then certainly they'll be getting job on the basis of that degree. Teachers are teaching because on 31st we'll have to take salary. So clarity in the education which it has to be from teacher side as well as from student side, that clarity it has to be, and that is the foremost task in national education policy. Just two types of skills which are needed in a graduate. In fact, one part is termed as low order thinking skills, that is academic skills, just like remembering part, just like comprehension part, just like application part of the knowledge. Those are termed as low order thinking skills. Another important part is that is high order thinking skills, where we are saying how students are able to analyze the problem, how they can provide the solution by synthesizing many solutions in fact, and how they can evaluate the final product which has come into the market. Those are termed as higher order thinking skills. So one is on the basis of the examination which we are conducting every semester, first midterm, second midterm, third midterm, end term examination. We are testing the abilities of the students lower order thinking skills, and majority of the part is remembering capabilities of the students, how they can mug the contents, and that in the form of a question paper we are giving, 8 questions we are giving, 5 we are asking students to attempt, and on the basis of that one we are giving one mark sheet to the students end of 4 years, and we are saying CGP of this student is this one. That is low order thinking skills. But that low order thinking skills won't be taking students quite far into his career. Foremost part is how he is able to solve the problems, how he can create new products, how that knowledge is relevant for the betterment of the society. And industries are saying that your graduates who are coming out from majority of our academic institute, they have not been trained into higher order thinking skills. Whatever problems we are giving to them, they are known to them. They are saying how unknown problems can be put in front of the students and what sort of solutions they are providing. We need those type of students who can do wonders for our organizations, who can create different type of environment into our academic into our industries. They should be responsible, they should be team leader. In fact, they should be organization builder. Their ICT skills, their communication skills, their dedication, their sincerity, their transparency, their time management, many attributes into the students they are looking. And foremost the criteria which they are fixing for the purpose of selection, that is creativity of the students. So those type of suggestions were coming continuously from the industries, and these suggestions it has been transferred to the visionary people who are designing this national education policy. And in school education now, the foremost task which has been given to the school teachers, that whatever teaching you are doing, you assess those outcomes on the basis of the learning outcomes which were supposed to be achieved by the students. On the basis of that one assessment it has to be. So complete revamping of our school education. We won't be asking now in school education how many wheels car is having, but it will be asked from the students why 4 wheels are there, why not 3, why not 2. So they should be able to analyze in fact why it is not 3. So remembering part it is being removed, and actual capabilities of solving the problems, that is being taken into our national education policy. Industries were saying students are practically weak. Your students are practically weak. Theoretically they may be quite sound, but as far as practical exposure is concerned, hands-on abilities are concerned, in those areas it is weak. So our national education policy is saying from class 6th itself there will be a component of vocational education, there will be a component of internship, and same time even in emerging areas, because everything is changing the industry. For just like Professor Garg was saying, some component of minor courses it has to be added into the conventional courses. Those minor courses in emerging areas, just like artificial intelligence, robotics, those subjects are being added from school education itself. The coding skills of the students, enhancement of those coding skills, that are being added from the schools itself. And autonomy for selecting the subjects, Now the pattern is 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. And our school education is now for 15 years. Earlier it was for 12 years. Entry of the students were at the age of 18, at the age of 6, and then they were coming out at the age of 18. Now entry will be at the age of 3 years. And there will be some foundation part, there will be some preparatory part, there will be middle education, and for 4 years there will be secondary education, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. No conventional assessment of the students. There will be one assessment through board, and that will be on the basis of outcome. The subjects which are there, there is no boundary of physics, chemistry, maths, biology, commerce, arts, fine arts. No boundaries are there. Any student can take any subjects. That sort of freedom it has been given into national education policy. And why this concept it has come, in fact, multidisciplinary concept, autonomy concept, and this higher order thinking skills concept. We have given one assignment some 2 years back to Stanford University, and we said that industry people are in fact by suggesting that high order thinking skills of the students it has to be improved, the assessment system of the students it has to be improved, the attributes of the graduates it should be reflected into their mark sheets. So that sort of ideas industries are giving to us. Please do enter into our academic institutes and please find out what are the areas where our students are weak, and when we'll be framing our national education policy, at least those areas where students are weak and due to that one industries are not accepting that one, those suggestions at least we can add into this one. So when we have given this assignment to Stanford University team, they have gone into many of our schools, and particularly they have tested our school going students in class 11th and 12th, and they have assessed high order thinking skills of the students, academic skills also, but high order thinking skills of the students, where we are saying how they are able to solve the problems which earlier they have not gone through, unknown problems, unconventional problems, what sort of solution they are providing, their decision making, their critical thinking. In those areas they have tried to assess our students. They have compared our students with Chinese and Russian students also. When academic skills are being compared, they said Indian students in remembering part, in understanding part, the applying that knowledge, in that part our students are comparable to Russian students, school going students I'm saying. But they said Indian students, even those academic skills, conventional skills, remembering capabilities, Indian schools are inferior than Chinese students. That was the outcome of that survey. In fact, when higher order thinkings are concerned, when they have compared our students with Chinese and Russian students, they said Indian students are inferior even from Russian and as well as Chinese students. From both, they are inferior. When we try to find out what is the reason, foremost reason is we are not giving freedom to our children. Even in our family system, whatever our children are saying, being parents, being guardian, we are saying, whatever you are saying, you are wrong. Being guardian, being parents, whatever we people are saying, that is correct. We people are forcing to our children that you enter into engineering, enter into medical, because our neighbor's daughter or son has entered, and that we people were coping. Now national education policy is saying whatever suggestions the Stanford University is giving, that high order thinking skills, the choices to the students, the assessment of the students, it has to be changed so that students can become the solution providers. And AICT has taken many initiative. In fact, we are giving problems to students through hackathons. The industry people are giving problems, the government departments are giving problem, even in society, farmers, energy sector, environment, many problems are being put forward to the students, and they are providing the solution. When we are giving environment, when we are giving opportunity, when we are giving autonomy, when we are facilitating our students, they are doing wonders. The beautiful part of that Stanford University report was, they said when same children are entering into higher educational institutes, when they are entering into universities, when they are entering into colleges, where they are able to work into the team, where all sort of facilities are available. They can sit in teams, they can stay in hostels, they can sit in canteen, they can discuss, boys, girls, everyone is staying all together. They with their communication, strong communication, the opportunities which are available in our higher education institutes and which are not available into the schools. So their report is saying, the Stanford University report is saying, when autonomy is being given, then learning curve of our Indian students are much faster as compared to Chinese and Russian students. They may not be able to reach up to the Chinese friends because the foundation, it has remained weak. They are not reaching, but the learning curve, the slope of that curve is much faster. So whatever suggestions are coming like this one, everything it has been added into this national education policy, the multidisciplinary approaches in education, the challenges which it has to be given to the students, the funding which is needed for providing this type of environment. National research fund, it has been created into the country. Even entry level, exit level, that options are available to the students. Anytime they can exit any subject they may be having, they can enter into any specialization, and some bridge courses concept it has been brought in the proposal of internship, mandatory internship, it has been suggested into the national education policy. Hope the suggestions, the changes which are being done, and universities are adopting, the schools are adopting the changes. Probably in time to come, our educational system will be doing wonders, and many of the institutes of our country will be in QS ranking. Best wishes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Punya. We've had many sessions on NEP since last 1 year, but your address really helped us understand the objective scope and the implementation of NEP. And particularly your thoughts on higher order thinking skills is what resonates with our work at QS IGAUGE as well, when we keep this in mind while designing the audit methodologies. So thank you so much for the address today. We now have an esteemed group of speakers coming together for the next session, which is a panel discussion on the topic Benchmark Internationally, Implement Locally. After listening to his inspiring words in the welcome address, I once again invite Dr. Agar, Director, KIIT Group of Institutions, to introduce the speakers and moderate the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Prachi. Good morning, all. Welcome to this panel discussion on benchmark internationally and implement locally. I would like to again thank QS IGAUGE for this opportunity and selecting this very, very relevant topic, because to redefine institute strategy for excellence, it is very important to benchmark various practices as per international standards and implement them as per local needs and aspirations. Also, the Global Education Development Agenda, as reflected in the Sustainable Development Goal 4 of 2030, was adopted by India in 2015, and it seeks to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. If I also look at one of the figures, that during the year 1819, India had only 49,000 students coming from other countries to study in India, and most of these students happen to come from the SAARC countries. The pandemic has given us the opportunity and the confidence to connect digitally. All stakeholders, that is the students, faculty, leaders of various age groups, the senior leadership also, and all of us now very, very comfortable in using the digital mode of connectivity. Now, that's why we can immediately benchmark internationally and implement the best practices in our local domains. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very fortunate today to have highly competent and learned experts on our panel to throw light on measures that could help in benchmarking good practices abroad and introduce these in our campuses, in the colleges, on the Indian universities, especially in the state of Uttar Pradesh. I would like to introduce you to the esteemed members of the panel. We have with us Professor Vineet Kansal, who is the Pro Vice Chancellor AKTU, Abdul Kalam Technical University, the largest university in UP and in India with large number of colleges. Dr. Patrick Wheeler, Professor, University of Nottingham, UK. Professor Dinesh Singh, Vice Chancellor, J.C. Bose University of Science and Technology, YMCA. And Mr. Kamal Batra, who is the Senior Director, PTC Education, Delhi. A warm welcome to all the panelists on this discussion on a very, very important and relevant topic of benchmark internationally and implement locally. My first question is for Professor Vineet Kansal. The question is there a need to shift focus from having a control over education content model to having a focus on education outcomes, like Professor Punya was mentioning, in developing countries like India, and how it can be achieved? Now, let me formally introduce Professor Vineet Kansalji to all of you. Professor Vineet Kansalji has been in the university for last many years, and there are a lot of contributions of Professor Vineet Kansal in the university. A lot of initiatives taken by the university, and he's a scholar who is extremely popular and who is working relentlessly to the growth of the university. So may I request you to kindly share your views? I repeat the question once again. Is there a need to shift focus from having a control over education content model to having a focus on education outcomes model, especially in developing countries like India? And if yes, how it can be achieved? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Garg. Thanks for inviting me to this August forum. I was hearing Professor Punia, and I'm actually convinced and look forward the country like India should go for, or the developing country like India should go for outcome-based education. In fact, when we talk about outcome-based education, it is 360-degree outcome which we would like to achieve. And for that matter, since ages, we have not focused towards it. India is a great country which has a legacy and has been under the regime of many invaders. And we have been known, we have been Vishwaguru, we have been, excellence in education. The people across the globe have been coming to India, getting education, getting graduates, and going across the globe for spreading education. But somehow, in last few decades and years, we have lost our charm, lost our shine, and the students' young mind of our own country is rushing towards Western country and other part of the globe for seeking education. So somehow the process has the education, like other businesses, like other trades, like other sectors, like other service sectors, has not been that outcome centric. It has been teaching, learning primarily. But as the world is changing, things must change, and we should look forward a 360-degree based outcome in education too. So it is an entire value chain, and we need to connect all the dots, starting from seeking admissions, making them employable, making them ready for to contribute to the society from where they are coming to. And we usually hear from the industry and from the service sectors, the students are not that skill oriented. Primarily, why? Because they have not been focused to. They have been mugging up. They have been doing things. I've been hearing, and Professor Punia was raising the concern for Bloom's taxonomy. So it is, the learning has been always the kind of outcome we are aspiring to. If we have level 1 or level 2 kind of outcome, so we will be only forcing and emphasizing mugging up the things. So what is your name? What are you doing? And what is this? And define this, write this, narrate this, explain this. But when we look forward, how it is being done, and the questions like this, which takes us to the higher level of the Bloom's taxonomy, then probably we charge up our mind and see that comes to the application. The application of the theory which we are reading now, we are into the arena when we are flooded with information. All is small topics which the students do need are available on YouTube or other social media channels. So there is no dearth of the material. It is only the good material which is needed, and for that matter, we need to look forward what is aspired out from the students. So I am strongly look forward. The students should be given outcome which is expected out of them, and that must be very clearly defined. It does not mean we are taking away the flexibility from the students. We are giving all flexibility, but the broader framework should be there for the students. And when we are talking about the academic autonomy, this outcome-based education is really very important if we want to excel and we want to be in top rank. The students and we look forward our students, and brain should not be going out of our country. So I look forward outcome-based education is really very, very important, and we should go for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Vineet, for your views and highlighting the very relevant point about 360-degree education model and also the higher levels of Bloom's taxonomy. The application of what has been learned in the theory is extremely, extremely important. I think very, very relevant points you have brought out. Thank you very much for that. My next question is for Dr. Patrick Wheeler. The question is, what measures could be adopted by developing countries like India to organize meaningful research activities that could benefit the society and contribute to the economy of the country? Now, before I invite Dr. Patrick, may I just formally introduce him to all the members who are present here. Dr. Patrick Wheeler, he's done his Bachelor of Engineering Honours in 1990 from University of Bristol, UK, PhD in Electrical Engineering for his work on matrix converters from the University of Bristol, UK in 1994. He has got large number of publications, as can be seen, 750 academic publications, and is a renowned researcher across the globe. And also he has been involved in the solar cars, initially as the international observer for the inaugural Chilean Solar Challenge in 2010. Welcome to the panel, sir. And I repeat my question to you once again. What measures could be adopted by developing countries like India to organize meaningful research activities that could benefit the society and contribute to the economy of the country? Over to you, Dr. Patrick.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction and the kind invitation to this event. It's great to be here. And thank you for the question, which is very relevant to my own research interests and my own work at the University of Nottingham. I think one of the important things about research anywhere is to make sure that it's driven by curiosity. It's driven by ideas, good ideas, hopefully, but not focus on the quantity of research or the quantity of papers we publish, but to focus on the quality of that research output. It's far too easy to measure things by counting. Quality is a harder thing to measure in research, but particularly if you want to inspire and you want your research to be noticed and used, then the focus on the quality is something that I always think is quite important. Understanding the possible applications of research and why it might be important is, of course, always a good thing, but it shouldn't be the primary focus. The fundamental ideas are also important. I'm always reminded by one of my colleagues of the fact that the laser, a device we now take for granted, was originally curiosity-driven research in physics, but it's now used to correct eyesight around the world. If you tried to solve the eyesight problem, you wouldn't create a laser. You have to go with the curiosity-driven research in order to get these new ideas and these new benefits to society. So there's a reason there to actually go with the ideas that we have as academics and to be free thinkers, not to always try and solve a problem that we can see. So because that link between impact and application and the fundamental research is not always obvious. Something else that I think is important, and something else that I think is very important in developing countries, is not just to fund good research. In universities we can do that, and in relative terms it's not too expensive, but you also need funding to take those good ideas, when they're proven to be good ideas by the research efforts of PhD students and researchers, and to translate the good ideas, the really good ideas, into product, into companies, to get over that death of good ideas valley between basic research and industrialization. And I think that investment in the pipeline of good ideas starting up in the university and making their way into impact in wider society is something that's also very important in linking research to the wider impact and the economic growth that we all look for. The other linkage I think is important is with the fundamental input that we need into research, which is young people with good ideas, with motivation, and with that drive and energy to take good ideas and to show that they work and to put all that effort in as part of their training. And I think there's a need to make sure that our research activities are very obvious to our entire student population, so that they have the ambition to move into research, and that they're motivated and dream of doing that research, both for generating knowledge and as part of their training and their education, to generate really good individuals, as well as the future professors that we might need. So I hope that's given some thoughts and some ideas around that question. I don't just see this as something for developing countries, as it says in parts of the question, but something that we all need to think about in the way we organise our research activities and the way we motivate the research students and researchers that we work with. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Patrick, for bringing out very, very relevant points that the research has to be driven by the curiosity. The new ideas have to come up, and we must focus on the quality, not on the quantity. The concept of funding is extremely, extremely important, because without the funding, actually one really can't do a good experimental research, and the good facilities are required for that. Thank you very much. My next question is for Professor Dinesh Singh, Vice Chancellor, J.C. Bose University of Science and Technology, YMCA. So the question is, how a learning environment culture for students be enabled in universities and colleges rather than they working just to acquire degrees? Now, before I invite Professor Dinesh Singh, I would like to formally introduce you all to him. Professor Dinesh Singh is the Vice Chancellor of the University, YMCA. Also known as the YMCA. He's MPhil in Microelectronic Engineering and Semiconductor Physics in 1991, PhD in 1994 from Cambridge University, UK. He has got a large number of publications, and large number of students have done PhD under him. And he has got a prestigious Indian Science Congress Association award by Shri Narendra Modi ji, none other than the Prime Minister of the country. And also he's got the most eminent Vice Chancellor award by All India Council of Human Rights, Liberties and Social Justice. Thank you very much, sir, for taking out your time. And we are really blessed to have an eminent person like you, sir. So my question to you, I'll pose it again. How a learning environment culture for students be enabled in universities and colleges rather than they working just to acquire degrees? That is what our focus is there. But how can the culture be changed, sir, in our Indian context? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Garg. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to request to Dr. Garg to make a slight change in my name. My name is Dinesh Kumar rather than Dinesh Singh.
Okay, my apologies.
Yeah. And you see, I'm very happy and very impressed the way this conference is being organized by QS IGAUGE and this NIET and KIET. I would like to congratulate to the organizers. You see, this is a nice way of organizing the things, and perhaps the kind of deliberations are being made are really of high quality and will go a long way in improving the quality of Indian higher education system. Now, the question which Dr. Garg has imposed, I think it's very relevant, because somehow in our Indian universities, I'm not talking about, I'm talking in general, like there can be, exceptions always. But in general, when we talk about state universities and private universities across the country, we find most of the students are actually for degree, and they are not really bothered, they are not really worried what is actually going to be taught, because learning perhaps is not very important for them at present, for some of them. But this idea is also getting fade away now, because now they know if you get a degree without learning, you will not get a job, because in the industries, they will again ask you similar things. And if you don't learn it properly, they will not appoint you. I think it is changing slightly, but still, you are right. How this kind of learning environment can be changed? I think we need to make a kind of scene in the university, in a kind of ecosystem in the university, where learning is thrown as a challenge. We need to give some kind of problem solving kind of approach to the students, rather than mugging up and writing the same thing in the exam. As Dr. Punya was saying, that normally in our examination system, what we do, we have 8 questions, and out of 8 you attempt 5, and then finally you get marks and you get degree, but you don't learn. And when we get students in our university, somehow when they know that this is the kind of exam system is there, they are also tuned with this. They study only for 1 or 2 days, and then they pass exam. So this is very important. We need to change this system of teaching and learning, as it has to be, again, the way you are saying, that outcome-based education. If we try to tell them that some kind of project, some problem to the student, then they will work on them day and night. I know in university, when we tell them to do some project, the students are working till late, up to 12 o'clock. In a group, they work very hard, and they learn. And that is the kind of thing which goes with them lifelong. So I think we need to make it flexible, and we need to make it personalized, so that students can do things of his own interest, and then can learn it better, rather than teaching them the same thing to every student. That is the kind of thing we need to change. So these are some of the ideas which I thought I should discuss, I should mention. But self-learning and the freedom to learn should be given to the student, because if you give this, then students will do better.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Dinesh Kumar, for your views. I think, again, a very, very relevant point you have touched is on the personalized learning. I think that is what, and the technology also can come handy to us in making that happen, because the pace of learning by student is different, his capacity is different, his aspirations are different. Thank you very much, sir, for your views. My next question is to the last panelist of our team today, Mr. Kamal Batra, who is the Senior Director, PTC Education. The question to you is, sir, how colleges and universities need to prepare themselves for technological shift, that is building a symbiotic relationship between education and technology, a win-win kind of a relationship between education and technology. Before I invite you, sir, may I just introduce you to all the gathering here, your formal introduction. You are the Senior Director, PTC Education for Asia and entire Eastern Europe. Got experience of 25 years, and you are enabling freshers, the students, individuals, and organizations alike to use PTC technology effectively, including traditional classroom training, online courses, as well as custom corporate learning programs and mentoring. I think developing learning solutions for countrywide vocational training, I think this is what is required. So I think this is absolutely very, very relevant. How do we use the technology? We have got the aspirations and everything, but how can academia and industry come together and work out a path which is akin to the international best practices? So over to you, Mr. Kamal Batra, for addressing this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garg, Dr. Garg, and I'm really thankful to QS IGAUGE, NIET, and KIET for giving me this opportunity. And that has been, a real discussion, a very good deliberation, hearing from stalwarts of the education and academia here. So I must say, and I must start with a simple thought here, which is that digitization or technology and higher education are like yin and yang of each other, and they have to coexist in clear balance. Otherwise, both will fail. And when I say both will fail, it comes along with our experience as a digital company or a digital organization, and our years of working, last 35 years of working with academia from our company point of view as well. So in terms of very specific to India, I must say, yes, there are challenges, like as you mentioned, that close to 60% of our colleges are in rural areas, which means reaching out to them, which that is the basic connectivity is a bigger challenge for us as a country. And definitely with public private partnership with organizations like BSNL, Geo, Airtel, and everybody who has been contributing a lot towards that and making sure that they are able to bring connectivity to every nook and corner of the India. But there is still a lot to be done. And at the same time, as we say, that digital literacy, which is a bigger area or issue that we will face once we roll out such digital platforms, not only in terms of students, but in terms of faculty, educationists, academia as well. And they need to adopt to new ways of learning, because what we need to look at is when we bring digitization into the picture with higher education, we cannot continue with our old processes. We need to modify our old processes. With the new NEP in place, the processes are anyways going to change. The models are anyways going to change, and digitization has to support that. And to bring that into picture, I would say there are digital tools available in the market. There are lots of digital tools, and industry is keen to work with academia at all level to bring in those digital tools to the right perspective and to right strength. And just to give you an example, we worked in last 1 year, we worked with academia extensively across the world because of the COVID piece, spreading out, and availability of CAD and various other tools were not available to the students because they are heavy tools which had to be installed locally in the colleges. And we actually enabled through our SAS system, free of cost, for more than 1 million students across the world access to the digital platform, so that they can work from home or wherever they are with whatever devices they have. But again, the challenges of connectivity and all those will continue to remain, which we need to overcome. But industry, I, as a representative of industry, can say that we are eager to work with higher education. We are all out to work with higher education and make sure that that comes across as a bonding structure for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kamal Patra. Yes, very right. The academia and industry have to come together, and we in the academia have to give the requirement to the industry, and that's why I think they can make a customized solution for all of us. One thing what I find is that there is no proper learning management system, or there is not even a proper ERP with the institutions. They all are homegrown, kind of a platforms which have been developed. So probably this could be a good idea where the industry can develop a kind of a template which can be used by the tier 2, tier 3 colleges across. Maybe from the AICT it can be done. That would be very useful, because a lot of manpower is wasted in digitization of the efforts at the institution level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Now with this, I come to the second round of the questions to the panelists, and we can have a common question to the entire panel. And the question what I put across is that what measures or the international practices could be adopted locally by HEIs, by the higher education institutions in developing countries like India, to meet the challenges in teaching learning processes. I repeat the question. What measures or the international best practices could be adopted locally by higher education institutions to meet the challenges in teaching learning processes? So I'll request Professor Vineet Kansal to kindly answer this question, and we'll go in the same order to complete this round. May I request Professor Vineet Kansal to kindly come. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Garg, once again. And as my co-panelist were mentioning, I think it has an answer to this. So what I see, when we look forward to internationalization of the things, I think the needs are many, but the few which I feel are very, very pertinent and relevant are as follows. Number one, we need to see the pedagogy. Pedagogy should be tuned to, as we mentioned, outcome-based education. Pedagogy should be, it is not you have a classroom dialogue. Now, in last 1.5 years, everybody across the globe is facing a pandemic, and we have come to the online education. And online education, attendance is no more mandatory. So the students are there to learn. The students are not there to seek and to get attendance. And the time is when hands-on and the minds on. If you are hands-on but the minds are not on, then also there is no education. So I think it's a high time when we look forward, to rework on our pedagogy. We have a fabulous teachers who are very well, academically brilliant people who are teaching to the classrooms. But when it is a matter of delivery, it is an art also. So it is not only the science. You are a fabulous teacher, gold medalist from institution of national importance, and then you do the justice in the class. There is no guarantee. And for that matter, we are moving in the right direction. There are different modules which have been created by different NITTR, and the things are in progress by AICTE, whereby every fresh teacher has to go through this from assistant professor level to associate professor level, and even professors are desired to go through those pedagogy trainings. So to me, pedagogy is very, very important. Second, look forward, theory and practical are not to be seen in isolation. So labs to bring to the classrooms and classrooms to be taken to the laboratory. And when we are talking about, there are some popular model of having a flipped classroom. These are very, very important, and we need to work towards having our system and delivery toward the flipped classrooms. Another important dimensions which I feel are very, very important is when we are teaching, we need to look forward what is we are going to contribute to the society out of it. What we are going to contribute to our area and to the community of mankind, when what we are contributing out of it. We are learning things to get a fabulous lifestyle or to give back to the mankind. If we have a concern and genuine concern to serve back to the mankind, I am sure the things would be on track, and that is the need of the time. We can, as you said, I think very, very, clearly and loudly it was, we have to go internationally, but we have to think locally. We need to see the problems needs to be addressed of the people who have been underprivileged, the people who have not get the front stage one way or the other regions. So we need to be concerned, sympathetic, compassionate toward those society sections. If we are not, then we can never be, going to that dimension. Another dimension to me is, we need to look forward innovation, incubation, and all the startups. Those dimensions also to be the part of our education system. We should not train our students who are always the job seekers. They should be a job creators. And if they see what could be the application, how we can do the local things, how we can take the local mileage of the things, keeping the technology in mind, best of the tools in mind, getting a technology in place, I think then it would be having the purpose. These are the four dimensions which comes to me when we look forward the questions which you have raised here. Thank you very much from my side.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for bringing out again very relevant points about the pedagogy, the flipped classrooms. We need to contribute to the mankind and aspire to meet the local needs. Though we can have international benchmarking, but our local needs have to be met. And the concept of entrepreneurship, we need to be the job givers rather than the job seekers. I think all these are very, very relevant in the Indian context. Thank you very much for that. May I now request Dr. Patrick Wheeler to kindly share his views on this same question. Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think there's several things that are important here. The first is that professors and academics and teachers are free thinkers, and that we're allowed to be free thinkers. So one of the hardest things I think in higher education is managing professors, and I don't think you should. You should give them an idea of where you want to go and what the philosophy is, but make sure that your professors are motivated to be free and to be creative and innovative, not just in their research, but in their teaching and in their motivation of students. The other thing I think is important to remember is the jobs that the students we're teaching today are going to be doing during their career. For most of them, those jobs don't yet exist, and we don't know what they will be. So we've got to remember that we're motivating and educating the students to learn, to be able to learn, to be able to find information. Not that we're giving them the exact knowledge they're going to need, because we don't know what those jobs are going to be. We don't know how different economies in different areas are going to develop. If we did, we'd all be very rich. So we need to bear that in mind in the teaching and learning styles and strategies we use. I also think that one of the things that COVID has taught us is that the days of a professor standing in front of a large lecture theatre of students is probably, and thankfully, over. That's not the way that students want to learn, or that modern technology allows them to learn. And I think there's a lot of opportunity coming out of COVID to take advantage of that and to think of different ways of teaching. The traditional lectures can be shorter, they can be online, they can be pre-recorded, and that's something where we can add quality to the material we give the students. But that shouldn't necessarily be the primary way of the students learning. Problem-based learning is important, but also contact hours with the professor. And by contact hours, I don't mean the professor standing there just talking, as I am now, but interaction. Maybe in a laboratory environment where you have open-ended work, open-ended projects where the students are exploring and finding out what it is they need to know and what it is they need to learn about. Maybe it's through tutorial type sessions or whatever. So that contact between the professor and the students is important, but it needs to be quality time. It doesn't want to just be the professor standing there talking for too long. So I'll try not to talk too long in this session. So trying to take academics outside of their traditional techniques and outside of their comfort zone in those student interactions is important. And motivating the students to learn, showing them what areas they might be able to apply the knowledge, why it's important. And finally, I think as professors, we need to be very open. We need to be very open to criticism of how we're teaching, open to criticism of what we're teaching, and very open to new ideas. Sometimes when you suggest to professors that colleagues ought to be sitting in the back of the lecture theatre observing, people are scared by that. But actually, I think those things are very important, that we learn from one another, that we watch colleagues, that we watch videos of colleagues' lectures, that we sit in the back of sessions and learn different techniques and learn good ways of teaching, good ways of interaction from each other. And I think that's very important, that as academics we're very open to sharing our good practices and being very open to criticism of our work and always throughout our careers wanting to improve. I don't think any of us can say that we are the perfect professor, and that's important that we keep on learning as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patrick. If I may ask you, Dr. Patrick, if you could share some of like a couple of the good practices what your university has got, just to understand from an Indian perspective, that we can adopt in our Indian system, because I know you know the Indian system also quite well. Does something come to your mind for our audience? Any good practice what university your university is adopting, what we can follow in our Indian context? Yes, please.
One of the things we did in my department when I was head of department was to throw away our entire curriculum and to start again. And start again based on project-based learning. So in the first 2 years of our course, the students have 2 weeks of lectures and 1 week where they're in a laboratory in groups for the entire week and repeated throughout the academic year. And then all the curriculum and everything they're learning is based around a project that they're doing in that lab that lasts the whole year. It's an electric car, quite topical at the moment, but that brings in all the aspects that they're learning, so they integrate all the different areas of engineering, microprocessors, motors, power electronics, control, analog electronics, vision systems, AI. It's all coming together in one project and taught at the right pace around that. So we reduced the amount of stuff that we've taught them, but we are teaching them things that they are then applying immediately in an integrated way. So I think that's an important aspect. The other thing that we've done in COVID is all our lectures were, or are at the moment, pre-recorded. 20 minutes lectures, online, on demand. Students can watch them whenever they want. So there's no live lecturing in the traditional sense. We've then had separate student interaction sessions where we're going through problems with the students in smaller groups, sometimes face-to-face if the restrictions have allowed, or sometimes online. Doesn't actually matter. But that's where we've got the interaction with the students, not in the lecture theatre environment. And I think that's been very popular. Students today are quite happy to sit and watch a lecture for 20 minutes on their mobile phone, wherever they may be, whatever time of day suits them. But they crave that time with the lecturers, and that's where they get the satisfaction. That's where the learning experience is enhanced. So those are just two things that we've done recently, which are a little bit different, and I think that they've gone down very well with our students. They certainly, in the satisfaction surveys, we're now doing very well, which we didn't used to. And they're just different ways of learning and different ways of providing the information in a way that students today enjoy, and it fits with the way they learn and the way they interact with the environment around them. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Patrick. Thank you so much for bringing out so many different best practices for all of us. I now request and invite Professor Dinesh Kumar for sharing his perspective on how a learning environment culture for students be enabled in our universities and colleges, rather than they just working to acquire the degrees. So your perspective on this point.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Gar. I think most of the speakers already have given good information, good kind of information. But what I thought, as Professor Patrick mentioned, that you see, if you give a project-based kind of learning environment to the students, they really do wonders. I mean, I was talking the same thing in my previous, when you gave me a chance previously. I remember students work very hard day and night, and they can do it wonderfully. They learn it properly, and the things which they learn is staying with them lifelong. So, but another thing is that the kind of teachers we appoint in the universities need to be also committed teachers, because as Professor Patrick was saying, that nowadays the role of teachers have changed. It is not like standing before the students for 1 hour and giving a lecture, because 1 hour kind of concentration is not there in the students now. They cannot really listen something for complete 1 hour. As he said, only 20 minutes are good enough. 20 minutes good means they can have good concentration for 20 minutes. They can understand things in that small time. And then thereafter, they should be told in a smaller groups. They should be motivated in smaller groups. And other thing is the teachers who are appointed in the universities or colleges, or who are actually working in the colleges and universities, they should be given some opportunity to go to industries after every 1 year or 2 years, so that when they go to the industry, they need to stay there for a few months, 2-3 months, and they learn what kind of problems the industries are working, so that students, they are well abreast with the latest problems which are going to be, before the society and before the industries, where our students need to be trained. So everyone has to be kind of in dynamic mode. It should not be like teacher is appointed once and then he prepares 1 or 2 subjects, and thereafter every year he does the same thing. The time has gone now. The teachers have to be very dynamic and very practical. They need to also go have kind of liaison with the industries. Then only these teaching learning will be interesting, and higher education institutes will be successful in their teaching learning process. Otherwise, you see, if we allow them to continue with the same kind of traditional teaching and learning, it will not work. And of course, as in the time of COVID, we have learned that now classroom chalk and board chalk will not be possible. Nowadays, we need to learn all these new technological things, pedagogy things, and then all the teachers need to learn. Because I still know in many universities and many colleges, teachers who are, of the age of 50 years plus, they simply say, no, I cannot learn these things. Now time has gone. Everyone will have to be very active, very dynamic, and you will have to learn every day new thing. Then only you can stay in this teaching profession. So higher education institutes and universities need to make an environment, make a kind of system where teachers are always, given this kind of training and this kind of motivation. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So may I ask you one small question connected with this? As I mentioned that there are large number of affiliated institutions in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Autonomy is still not been taken by many institutions. So under that system, how can a flexibility be brought where the interaction with the industry or the project from the industry within the curriculum and the framework of the university syllabus, how can these things be included and incorporated for a better student satisfaction? Some thoughts of yours, sir, if you can share on
Dr.
this.
Garg, I think you have raised a very, very important and relevant query, because in a university where 500, 600 colleges are affiliated, this kind of things are not easy. But I think in new education policy, that is the idea, because in nowadays in some of the colleges there are only 500 students or 1,000 students. In the new education policy, you say that we will allow colleges to work in autonomous way, but only colleges which are having at least a strength of 3,000 students. So if you can give autonomy to all the colleges, then perhaps they can design their own syllabus. You need to trust them. I mean, we simply can't say that you make them autonomous and then university still imposes conditions. We need to make them real autonomy, really autonomous, and we need to give autonomy in true sense. Then only these things can work. Otherwise, if we still think that we have to control all the colleges and they have to work as per university norms and rules and regulations, these things are not going to work. So perhaps in times to come, things are going to change when there will be a big competition between the colleges. For example, now your NIET and KIET is organizing such a good event. Now other colleges will also be motivated in Uttar Pradesh. Look, I mean, such a nice program has been organized by them. So why not we? Because you are going to get a lot of mileage with today's program, and that kind of competition has to be started between the colleges, and then things will definitely improve.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for sharing your insight. My next panelist in this second round and the last round is Dr. Batra. I'll request you to kindly share your insight from the industry perspective. How a learning environment culture for students be enabled in university and colleges, rather than they working just to acquire degrees? How can the technology be used? Can artificial intelligence be somehow come into play where the student find the learning easy? What would be your thoughts and contribution on this very, very important gap, sir? Yes, Mr. Kamal Batra, please.
Thank you, sir. And I totally agree with Dr. Dinesh Kumar's statement that teachers have to be motivated and brought into a level where they interact with industry. And sometimes what happens is I've been working with a lot of colleges for last 16 years in India, and we've seen that every college has an industry interaction department, and other professors don't really get an opportunity to really interact with the industry. So there has to be a democratic or some kind of way that all the professors at some point in their tenure actually interact with the industry, understand industry problems so that they can modify their training behavior, their education delivery behavior in the classroom, and are able to draw from the real life examples or real life problems that industry faces. And that interaction has to be more deeper with the industry in terms of academia coming in as consultant to industry to resolve problems, because they have, I would say, a diamond or gold mine of their experience, which they have, and they can bring that to the fore. And that will be challenging for the faculty as well to see and being able to contribute better to the industry and to the society as a whole, in terms of not only just delivering the class, but solving the real life problems. And that can be translated to the students. And when we talk about, student and faculty or teacher evaluation, there is a statement called hiring and evaluating for brains and passion. So when we hire, when we recruit for brains and passion, where passion is the bigger word, to deliver and really educate the students and working towards it. And second part will be evaluating regularly on these terms as well. Brain is the knowledge that you acquire and you keep enhancing it, and the passion continues with you because you tend to gather more and more knowledge as you go along, and then translate it to the students. And then same evaluation criteria can be implemented for students so that they are better fit for the industry as well. Because with industry, as I will quote some examples like Google and others. They have said that we will not look at scores, but we will look at how passionate individual is, what is their knowledge. So they are already, many, even my company, have started hiring for brains and passion. And score is something which is kept. Yes, it's there. And I think that has to be developed in our education system as well, in higher education system as well in India, to say, yes, scores are important, but brains and passion is more important for the individual.
Thank you, Mr. Kamal Batra. Beautiful word you have given. Very nice. So I think we have finished with the time, and I would like to thank all the panelists for a contribution, and what a discussion. I think it is a fantastic discussion. There are many takeaways for all the members who are present here, all the audience who are present here. I really see that the important takeaways what have been brought out. They include that the focus on outcome-based education to improve the pedagogy. We must have a focus on the entrepreneurship along with the studies. And also, a very important point is that to have a blended learning in a teaching learning, a new system where the pre-recorded lectures should be there. 20 minutes is a beautiful time, which is not an overload on anybody. 20 minutes of a lecture, which can really lead to a discussion in the class. And what Professor Kansal was mentioning, the outcome-based education. You see the video and then you discuss to learn the higher order thinking skills. I think that is going to be the new normal in the education, the way we deliver the education. Also, we need to make an environment where the institution and the industry, they collaborate with each other. The institutions have to reach out to the industry for their problems. In fact, I see some of the models where in the institution's governing board, there are members from the industry. The industry governing board members are a part of the institutional governing board, and vice versa. They've got a fixed role in that. There is this deep sense of accountability. Then only probably that kind of a connect could happen. Presently, we are having abundance of classroom teaching, which needs to be replaced with more and more solving of the industry problems. And also, Mr. Batra, I think this would be a very important word which all of us would carry: the hiring and recruiting brains and passions. I think beautiful, so many things very concisely put it into these 4 words. Definitely we need to have the brains and also the passion to continue. So I'm sure that today's deliberations, they will definitely help all the institutions, and especially the ones in our country, in the UP. And but there is no doubt about it that this kind of a connectivity what we have got, the confidence which all of us have got, what Dr. Dinesh Kumar was also mentioning, that our senior leadership also, everybody more than 50 years, or he has been forced to use the technology in last 1.5 years. So this key learning should continue, and we must encash on this learning to ensure that the international best practices could continue to be implemented locally. We can have a lot of interactions with all of you virtually without the need of physically moving from one place to another. I think I would like to finally sum up, and I would like to say that the future of higher education is going to revolve around ABCD. A, I say, is the adaptive learning, which should be personalized learning, which was mentioned by Dr. Dinesh also. And also the blended learning we must have, B for blended learning. C for collaboration on technology-driven framework has been brought out by all the panelists. And the D is the digital intelligence. We need to see that our country has got the digital connectivity and digital literacy, and everything has to be that becomes the foundation for the new learning and for the new India. Thank you all, and I thank each one of you who brought the unique takeaways. I think the whole members who are present here, I see the large number of audience who are there, they would be immensely benefit. Lastly, I would like to thank QS IGAUGE for providing this platform, and also for selecting a very, very relevant topic for the day and also for this session. Thank you all. Have a great day ahead. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you. Namaskar. Namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Garg, for conducting this interesting panel discussion, and thanks to all the panelists for engaging us in this very engaging, interesting dialogue today. I now invite our next keynote address speaker, Professor Frede Blåbjerg, who is a professor at the Aalborg University, Denmark. His current research interests include power electronics and its applications, and he has published more than 600 journal papers in these fields, and was nominated by Thomson Reuters to be between the most 250 cited researchers in engineering across the world from 2014 to 19. Dr. Blåbjerg will address us on the topic Academic Rankings Useful in University Management and Strategy. Very warm welcome, sir. It is an honor to have you with us today.
Hello, can you hear me? I need one or two confirmations. You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir. Please go ahead.
Sure, and then I try to share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, we can see your screen, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the kind introduction, and also for the invitation for me to come here and talk. My presentation is about academic ranking, and I have to say, when I listened to the previous discussion, some of the things which are very attractive in engineering education is what Aalborg University is born about, meaning that problem-based learning, all the things universities want to implement today. But that has also meant that as Aalborg University is a relatively young university, less than 50 years, we have almost been nothing in the rankings. So we have not been so visible. But I will show you here how the progress have been, and also what it means in terms of conducting management and also strategic work. Aalborg University is now, let's say, in the better end in terms of rankings, and we have. I was dean 15 years ago, and at that time we decided now we have at least to look at how are the rankings calculated, and what can we do in order to improve it. So we have had, let's say, a task force in order to improve ourselves. And what is, of course, important to have in mind is that we have a lot of ranking systems in the world. But when we talk about rankings, we should, of course, have in mind what are we going for. We typically have a distribution like this. We have maybe much more than 17,000 universities. And if we look in the rankings, when are we satisfied? Do we want to be in top 20? Do we want to be in top 500? Or in the next 500 or something like that? And that should be in mind also when we hear something about where are different universities. So to be in top 100 in a global scale, this is not bad. And be in top 500 is also relatively good. And for the moment, of course, dependent on which one we take, we are in what we can call top 250, at least in the QS. But there are many rankings. We have ARU, we have, which is the Shanghai ranking. We have Leiden, we have QS, like today. We have Higher Education Evaluation and Accreditation Council in Taiwan. We have Times Higher Education. We have Webometrics. And we can say that the fantastic thing with that is that we can always find a place, we can hopefully find a place where we do better than the others. But strategically, I think it's a good idea to think about where do we want to be. And if we take the US news ranking, there's no doubt if you are in US, this is very important. If you take Times Higher Education and QS, they are more accepted or more important seen on outside US philosophy, but also Shanghai, Leiden, yeah, you name it, they are all there and important. And if you want to do something, you have to understand how they are calculated, and there are data, there are indicators, and then there are also different ways of doing the calculations, like the data that can be surveys, that can be publications, either registered in Web of Science or Scopus. It can also be prices, other data. Then there are indicators like reputation, citation, internationalization, and so on. And then also how the numbers are done. And if we look at the data, if you want to do something specifically, I think you have here a little bit that Scopus is providing data to Times Higher Education and QS, while Web of Science are providing information to the others you can see to the right. And that means, of course, that if you do some strategic, I think you should think about how to encourage people in the organization to publish in journals where they are present. Web of Science has a little bit less, more restrictive in terms of publications, while Scopus is a little bit more wider. And but also patents, citation, top percentage publications, and so on are important. So if we look at surveys, which are of course very important, and I think and it counts a lot in some of the rankings. But here are some quotes I think is important. The university is not exactly what it is, but how people see it, right? So reputation is important. And so also good is not good enough unless you are known to be good. And having this in mind in terms of how to profile yourself, of course also in general how the organization is working, this is really worth to have in mind. But that also means, let's say, typically older universities and maybe also more English-speaking universities, they have an advantage compared with universities which are not speaking English. So in general, we have to be aware of the reputation and whether we want to be one or the other car, and what kind of profile we have. So that's important strategically to be worked on. And also, if you want to be present in the rank, it's also important to be active, meaning that most of the systems which are doing rankings, they ask also for data for you to submit. And here are QS, Times Higher Education, Clarivate, and so on. You have to be in mind that the correct data are there and not big things. And so then we have indicators. which are also a good number to look at in terms of how you are coming out. And if you look at main indicators I have some for the different ranking system, you can say here is for time higher education, research reputation, research income, publication per faculty member, citations per publication. You can see this is a very, very important one in this case, as well as you also have external funding. But in general, I think it's really interest to have that. And then the score gives 100 to number one, and then there is a distribution like this. You have the number of universities out of the x-axis and the score out of the y-axis. If you have the Shanghai ranking, for example, where, for example, we have been challenged to be there. For example, they have a lot of focus on nature and science. Number of publications, so big ones are important, so they will get a high stand, highly cited researchers, and then Nobel Prizes, field medals counts a lot, and then also academic performance. But for example, the Nobel Prizes, so if you have got Nobel Prizes 100 years ago, then your ranking will be higher than if you don't have anybody. Despite that, maybe if you are a new one, you could also have very, very strong people and activities. U.S. News is another one, reputation, and then it's around 25% research data, which are gathered from Web of Science. You can see they weight in different ways. We have QS, which is also here today. Reputation counts almost 50%, so that means how you profile yourself are important. But then there are others which are taken from the databases. And what comes more on that is that the QS weight differently now. I'm sorry, this is from 2018, but just to say that you can see, depending on if you're in engineering or in arts and humanities, it counts really different. And I think it has something to do with what data are available. Then we have another one, perspective university ranking, where teaching and learning is one part, internationalization is another part. Metrics, which is coming from, especially from Google, and also some data given by some of the databases around in the internet. If we look at Aalborg University, as I told, we moved to it strategically. So here you can see our rankings in U.S. News, in Times Higher Education, National Taiwan University. And for example, you can see U.S. News ranking. We have been relatively profiled in some areas. Engineering, we are number 4 in 2019. Electrical and electronic engineering, we are number 2 in the world. But also in the last years, when Times Higher Education have come with sustainable development goals, how good are we to fulfill that? We have been well doing. QS ranking has also a lot of indicators. I'll not go more into that. But let me just end my presentation here today to say what we did to be relatively high ranked in sustainable development goals. We are number 1 in one of them. In the sustainable development goal, but we also high ranked in what we call impact ranking in the Times Higher Education, as well as also the green metric, where a lot of efforts have been put on, let's say, to make a sustainable world. And this is due to our teaching, this is due to how we do our operation, and this is due to how we do research. So here you can see what we call the Sustainable Development Goals rankings for Aalborg University, where in the last 3 or 4 years we have put more focus on it. We have an overall ranking of being number 6, but we are number 1 in quality education. We are number 2 in clean water and sanitation. And that has been done because we are providing the data into the system, but also work with it actively in the organization. So how has this been done in the university? First, in 2019, there was a working group where in order to have enough data to support what is needed to get this. In 2020, both a working group and a reference group was established. And in 2021, there was a reference group, a working group, and then a report group also. Now you can see the numbers of members who have been participating. So so more and more are involved and engaged, and I think that's very, very important. And then, of course, also because of that, we understood the methodology, and then we were putting things into the system. So why work with ranking? Of course, because of visibility. Also because the numbers are often calculated by others, so you can use this internally, and you can also follow somehow the progress, as well improve, and maybe even create an internal spirit. It's a kind of acknowledgement if you do well. No doubt, as you have a high ranking, you will also attract students. It will be more easy to attract staff, and it's a good argument for get more money. However, it's also worth to have in mind algorithms can change from year to year. It's agile. So what you maybe has a direction 1 year, this will be different in a year after. Then you can use it for politicians. And then my last comment here for this presentation here today. However, ranking is something, but you should also always have in mind to keep the values in the organization. And I think this is possible, but then at the same time use the ranking as let's say as a part of the strategic things in the university. With that, thank you very much for the interest of my topic here, and in case you have some questions, I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Dr. Blaubier, for sharing your thoughts on academic rankings and their relevance for university management and strategy, and how your institution has been able to perform better year on year and what strategies work well for you. So it was really insightful and engaging for us. We get any questions on the platform, we will surely forward them on to you. But
okay,
thank you so much for taking out time today.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, sir. So after that very enriching keynote address, we now move on to an interesting higher education debate on the topic Quality in Higher Education, All Talk and No Action. I invite Dr. Ashwin Fernandez to introduce the speakers, both for and against the motion, and moderate the debate.
Thank you so much, Prachi. And again, welcome to everybody joining us. I'm very excited to be moderating the second debate. The first one was in the Punjab edition, and it's great to have all of you listening in, and I've seen so many comments. So welcome to the big HE debate. And before I move ahead, I would like to introduce the topic for today first, which is quality in higher education, all talk and no action. Now that is a big topic, and to debate that out today, I have speaking for the motion. That means they believe that, or at least they will be debating today on this topic for quality in higher education, all talk and no action. For the motion, we have Mr. Rajiv Naithani, Global Head for HR at Infogame, and Ms. Anuradha Sharma, Country Manager at Oracle Academy. Welcome to both of you, to Rajiv and Anuradha, for speaking for the motion. This can be tough, but I know you'll have agreed to do this, and it might not be something you believe in completely, but for the sake of an academic debate, I'm so pleased that you'll have agreed to do this. And speaking against the motion, we have a panel, a duo of two power-packed individuals, Dr. Amita Dev, Vice Chancellor at Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women, and Dr. A.Q. Ansari, Professor at Jamia Millia Islamia University. So welcome to the four panelists we have today. This is not a presentation. There are going to be questions. The public is going to be wanting to know your opinion, and we are going to see how we can sway the results. So first and foremost, before we begin, can we get Anuradha, if your camera is, if you can come on camera as well? Do we have you with us?
Has posted a message saying I'm facing issues, so she's gonna be logging again.
Okay, fine. So we'll wait for Anuradha to come back. So before that, this is a heavy topic. It is a topic which discussed, which has been discussed previously. And as the previous speaker mentioned, he mentioned two quotes in the presentation. One of them is, a university is not exactly what it is, but how people see it. And the second quote is, good is not good enough unless you're known to be good. So is higher education good in India? How is it progressing? What are the steps it's taking? And what is the perception does industry have? Because the industry is debating for the motion, and we have against the motion as well. We're going to be tackling those questions, saying what is different and telling us why they don't agree with this topic. So first, let's get our public who's watching us to poll in. So if you can have the screen shared and the link for the polling, please. So those who are on both our YouTube and our Sarcon platforms, tell us, what do you think? Do you think quality in higher education is all talk and no action? Do you agree or do you disagree with this? So we'll wait for a few minutes to see those polls coming in. We currently have 83%. There is somebody who's playing this in the background, so you might want to pause it maybe in the YouTube also, because I can hear myself speaking. One of our panelists has maybe a second window open. Okay, so we have the polls coming in, 82% at agree and 18% at disagree. Can we check whose mic is that? Okay, I think it's gone off now. Yeah. So the votes are coming in. It is a strong debate here. Perhaps something which I think for the motion speakers will be easy to substantiate that and make their point. And I think a hard game for Professor Amita and Professor Ansari to sway those results into disagree, to change the opinion of the people watching. So it's going to be a tough one. We'll just wait for a few more minutes. It is a strong one here, 72% agree, 28% disagree. So with that, we have Anuradha with us as well. Welcome, Anuradha. We can see you, and I think we can hear you as well. Yeah. Brilliant. So I'm going to be starting off the debate first.
Yeah, am I clear? Yeah, I was facing some issues. Yeah.
Perfect. We have you with us, Anuradha. So let us start. Each one of you are going to get 5 minutes. I'm going to have first Mr. Rajiv, who's going to be speaking for the motion. So over to you, Mr. Rajiv. Make your point precisely for 5 minutes. And the next panelist is going to go on after this, Professor Amita. If you can listen to that and see how you can tackle those questions and the statement and make your point so we can sway the results at the end of this 1 hour. So over to you, Rajiv. You're muted and you might require to be unmute.
Hi, Ashwin, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So thanks for giving me this opportunity. And the poll result has indicated some, silver lining for me to actually put forward my perspective. I come from the technology industry, and despite of all the odds, because of the pandemic, we have seen there's no real business impact in the industry as such. And we have been really hiring and struggling big time with respect to the qualified skilled engineers. And due to the limited talent pool availability, cost efficiency, and having the right mix of diversified talent, it's important for companies like us to hire young graduates from campuses. However, the big challenge which we continue to face is the availability of the quality engineers passing out of the engineering schools. And trust me, it has been more than a decade. Every time we discuss about employability being an issue, in 10 years, the percentage possibly I would have heard 1/4 of the population being non-employable. The ratio possibly has not moved from a needle perspective during these 10 years. So practically, there has been a lot of talk about this, but true actions have been missing. I'm not saying it's a failure of academia as such. It's a collective failure of our education system, academia, corporate, and government. And every time we try fixing this issue at surface level, we get into formalities of opening a lab in the institutions or a COE, trying to create learn by doing approach, But really, that has not actually gone into the context of improving the quality and sustainability. And I believe there are fundamental points and issues which are driving this. The first one is our primary education itself has not changed over a period of time. When I look back from now to a few decades back when I was in school, really not much has changed, barring those international schools where we get to see that the education process has evolved and become very different and of international levels. But majority of Indians, they actually still go to the education or they get those education which were similar to what we have experienced or I had experienced few decades back. Number two is when we look at it from academia perspective, I think the speed at which the future-ready professionals are being created is very slow. The entire focus is all about creating a job. There's no talk which happens about how can we create more technologists, scientists, and entrepreneurs. The admission process in the college itself is based on the placement ratios. And rather, what the silver lining I see is that because of the social media and internet and MOOC sites, the social learning has actually seeded in well. So it is not the academic journey of education which is benefiting people who are going through this process, but the social learning and the technology-based context which has enabled better situation for people. The third thing is, as I said, I come from a technology industry. The technology mix which we see, which has been changing rapidly. Every time there's a combination of skills which are emerging, whether it's a front-end, back-end technology context, but we don't see that pace of change in the academia. And the fourth thing is, when I actually look at candidates, when we are hiring campus graduates and when I meet and interview them and ask about the project they have done as part of the journey and try understanding the depth of it, I realize that most of them actually do the copy-paste instead of really committing themselves. So somewhere academia needs to bring in these strict evaluation process and also governance to monitor that really people are learning by doing it and there's a meat to what they present. And the fifth thing is, in majority of the engineering colleges, and I'm not actually saying, I'm not labeling colleges as such, so please don't take me wrong, but what I'm saying from a majority of the engineering colleges, as you would have seen in the previous session of Professor Fred, where he talked about the 16,500 universities which are not even ranked, right? So look at the quantum from that point of view and look at the faculty of those colleges. Where do they come from? What is their background? What kind of practical experience do they bring on the table? Are they competitive enough to compete with the practical experience of the corporate world? That itself will give you a clarity that how far are we from the reality. And last but not the least is, I know that a lot of colleges, majority of the colleges, they struggle with the funds to invest on their R&D. And that is where actually the problem lies, where since they can't actually invest, they can't provide that ecosystem for their students to really flourish and really become effective in the process. So these are some of the points which actually forces me to think and conclude that there has been a lot of talk which has happened in last 10, 15 years, but really the outcome has been very, very marginal. It has not really made a big difference. So I'll stop it here, keeping in mind that you have given me a limited time, and I'll come back to the debate again. Dr. Ashwin, back to you.
That's brilliant, Rajiv. I think it wasn't difficult to make those points because the audience already has overwhelmingly said that they agree with the motion. You have talked about being the future-ready graduates, talked about how the quality of the faculty members, learning by doing, and also most important, the research and development, the kind of investment the colleges are perhaps are not able to put in. So you have made a bold statement, and now we'll go against the motion where Professor Amrita Dev will talk about why she doesn't agree with this and perhaps why the motion is not right. And again, make her statement again. So you have 5 minutes to make the statement, Professor Amrita Dev, Vice Chancellor of Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women. Over to you, Professor Amrita.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ashwin. It was indeed good to hear the views of Mr. Rajiv. He has talked about primary education and saying that there has not been iota of a change. Perhaps I disagree to this. I come with an experience of more than 3 decades in the education sector alone. And I have watched and worked very closely with the education sector. The primary education with the launch of the NEP has changed significantly, even before that also, and more so with this NEP coming up with 5+3+3+4 kind of a system. And in the education system, we had never thought of and thinks of doing by learning by doing. Investments in the schools by way of labs, utter labs, tinkering labs, where it is like jugaad, tor for jod. Those kind of the workshops happening, especially if you look at Delhi. I have seen Delhi, investment in the happiness curriculums, investment in the entrepreneurship curriculums. It is a game changing, absolutely. When he's talking about placements is the only fact through which the colleges are running, somehow I disagree, because placement is not the only one which a parameter which talks about quality education. Perhaps it is one of the manifestation, and there are many parameters which comes into this. I'll talk a little later. He's talking about the skills. I believe now with the NEP, the whole thirst is on from rote learning to cognitive skills to critical thinking, analytical things, application-based learning. And we are talking about R&D. Definitely there are challenges. I'm not saying there are no challenges. Definitely India is investing something around 0.67% of GDP on research and development, wherein we expect that it will reach up to 1% and others. Now the reason and the rationale behind it, I personally feel, since I have worked almost for 3 decades, India has remarkably transformed in the higher education in the past few decades, and it is all set to create an impact on various quality parameters and in the institutions. And the demand for a higher education has increased rapidly. More so, if you see, I'll just give a glimpse. I'm going back, but some of you may appreciate, when Britishers left us in 1947, they left us with only 16% literacy rate. Just mind it, 16%. Just 26 universities and 4 lakh students and 700 colleges. For India, the first and the foremost thing was to have an expansion, the massive expansion from 4 lakh students to 45 million students, from 25 universities to, I believe these are 1,000+ universities and 45,000 colleges. Literacy rate, they dropped the literacy rate to 16% to 77.7%. And India followed a pragmatic approach of expansion. Now we are talking about the quality and the excellence. That is where we are talking. And also, if you see in the past few decades, he is very right to say technology is taking turns. Today we are living in a digital era. Everywhere the technology is changing fast, and not even a single sector is there where technology is not haunting us. But then if you look at the latest FICCI and EY report of 2021, undoubtedly there have been a lot of challenges in the higher education system which are not deniable, but then at the same time enormous amount of opportunities which have been created with the help of the government, stakeholders, AICT, UGC, etc. If I talk of AICTE, I have worked very closely even with AICTE, right from a regulatory body to a facilitator. I have seen this transformation happening. The kind of the quality education, if we talk of, it encompasses the faculty, the right kind of the faculty, right kind of input. So things have transformed. In fact, today only when I was looking into one of the newspaper, it is talking about that, yes, we are moving from right to education to right education. We are moving from well-informed minds to well-informed minds, and from ability to attitude. There is a paradigm shift in the teaching, learning, outcome-based learning, improvements in the academic reputation, industry institute linkages, etc. There have been labs. We are talking about that the students are just copying. Maybe it is there. I'm not saying, because look at India. Every 6th person on this planet is an Indian with 1.35 billion population. So there could be their chances, but then the kind of the reforms which government has taken, idea labs. Now these idea labs have been developed, which works 45 idea labs, which works 24/7. Government is investing heavily onto the entrepreneurship and innovation sectors. Perhaps I feel there is so much available, but there is lack of clarity. Awareness is missing. Similarly, if I look into the students for the first time, if you go onto the AICT portal, if you look at it, they have established a NEET portal. There is an assessment which was done by Stanford, and now this assessment will be made available to all students, which talks about Stanford based assessment portal. A student will be able to assess internships, if I talk of, because earlier what used to happen was that internship used to be only at the end of 6th semester. If I talk of engineering today, we are talking about 6 months internship. What we are talking is to bridge the gap between industry and academia. At the end of every year, a student is going. Not only that we have made a policy, we are helping them out. More than 65 lakh students today, they are registered on the NEET portal. More than 4.4 lakh internships offers are available on that portal. More than 275 high-tech industries are connected with us. And if I talk about the vocational education and the skills and the mindset, 55 job roles have been identified, 50 technologies have been identified, 555 skill sets have been identified. And the transformations, if I say that in the education sector are not there, I will highly disagree, because with the choice-based credit system, I am providing MOOC. I'm providing curriculum which is flexible. I'm providing break. If a woman wants to take a break, the credits are being secured. I'm talking about 40% I can have credits from the MOOC. So there has been a paradigm shift. India has become a land of opportunities. The only thing which I personally feel is lack of awareness. We need to provide awareness. FDPs, if I talk, more than 1 lakh of teachers have been trained only during the time of pandemic.
Stop you there,
I'll
Professor
come back
Amita.
to my points a little later. Few more points.
You get a few minutes. So you made some valid points.
The point I'm trying to say is that in the past 1 decade, enormous transformation has happened right in the education sector up to higher education sector. And India is becoming a land of opportunities where these young minds can thrive. The only thing is awareness. Thank you. Over to you.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Professor Amita. I think you have raised valid points that, when we got independence, we were disadvantaged at that time. We are a nation with, with a population which requires to be educated more than research. But let me also share an insight with you. The amount which India spends on R&D, which also impacts the society, is at its lowest. Now, when we look at the top 20 countries in the world which spend on research and development, and we looked at the world university rankings, 20 countries in the world which have the top spending in R&D make up 650 universities in the 1,000 ranked universities. 20 countries. We have over 90 countries which represent the universities in the world ranking. So to have the small representation is an alarming fact. And you have made a valid point there. We have challenges. The NEP is going to be revolutionary, will take an impact, but at the moment it is a challenge. And I think we have a huge responsibility to educate the nation more than anything else. So some valid points. Thank you so very much for that. I would like to go to Anuradha to make her point. Again, you can tackle some of the points made by Professor Amita, which I have not mentioned, and you can make the point for the motion. What do you think as industry? Why do you agree quality in higher education is all talk but no action? Go ahead, Anuradha. We can hear you. You can make your point.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Ashwin. So thanks. First, I would like to thank the organizers here and NIET for giving this opportunity to me. And I would like to have a disclaimer here first that the views that I'm expressing are my personal views, and This doesn't represent the views of my organization that I work for. And so yes, now coming to the topic, and I agree to some parts of it, that many reforms have been done since independence, and there have been so many institutions opened during this whole 75 years of independence, and a lot has been done. The question here is not about the quantity. The question here is about the quality. So when I come to the quality part, I am expressing myself or speaking my views as a stakeholder in the higher education. And when I say as a stakeholder, I think each one of us who's here as a speaker or as a panelist or moderator or attendee, as a student and as a industry person who is attending here, or anybody as a citizen of India, I think everybody has a stake in the higher education. So when I say as a student, definitely that is the first stakeholder. When I say the parent, generally in India, parents pay for students' education. So parent is also a big stakeholder here. When it comes to industry, so expectations from the from the industry in terms of training and collaboration with the colleges, with the institutions of higher education, so industry does have some expectations there, and also in terms of hiring of the students for the jobs, that also comes from the industry side. Now, as a citizen of India, definitely the better the education system, whether it is higher education, whether it is general education system, whether it is engineering or any other stream, the better the education system, the better our citizens are informed, and they are good to take informed decisions, and definitely it helps in the growth of the country, and in turn helps in the growth of individuals in the country. So now when I go now to the quality, I think there are various parameters we are talking about here. The data points, I think already my previous speakers since morning have put a lot of data points about how many universities have opened, how many how many are in rural parts, and so many data. But I will like to focus on these parameters, like of course enrollment. So I think if we talk about enrollment, still we are far behind in terms of enrollment. It's only the ratio is only 25.2, whereas I think in the US and all it's and in other developed countries or developing countries, many of it's more than 70 around. So when I talk about infrastructure, of course budget deficit is there, and particularly with the new COVID, the infrastructure is has taken a total flip side, because now everything is online. So I don't know how much budget now Indian government is going. It's just, I think, 0.6% of the complete budget that is being allocated. So I think from that aspect also, if we see about quality, so I'm just taking out all the parameters of what generally are taken when accreditations are done, or when we measure quality. Then definitely equity part, if we talk about, so in equity also it's majorly skewed. So when we talk about the underprivileged or unprivileged society, the participation is hardly 15% in the higher education. When I talk about accreditations also, I think I don't have the latest report, but yes, in I think some of the past year reports was clearly mentioned. Only I think 25% of the were given around A accreditation of the higher education institutions. When we talk about faculty, it's 30:1 ratio on an average for India. Whereas if you talk about US, it is, I think the ratio is somewhere between 12.5:1. So I think these are the terms which we are considering when we are talking about quality. And then of course the curriculum, I think a lot has been said by my other peer here, Rajiv, about the curriculum is backdated, and others also have kind of spoken about that. Now, one major, I think, focus where everybody is focusing on is the outcome, I think. So when we talk about outcome, what are we talking about? Is it life skills? Is it innovation? Is it research? Is it skill? Is it knowledge? Is it attitude? Is it critical thinking? Is it problem solving skills? Is it high order thinking, low order thinking? Is it entrepreneurial mindset, growth mindset, creativity? And I think it's a 360 degree when it comes to the higher education particularly. And there are, and we are only talking about jobs here. Whenever we speak, and that too is so skewed, hardly 30% of them are employable. Forget about all the other things here. So when we talk about, so here, if we take all these other things, which I just mentioned, the list, and the list is endless. So now what I think we need to think about action. What are the actions that are we taken? How are we dividing our goals? So because I come from industry, how do we divide? There are some short-term goals, there are some medium-term goals, and there are some long-term goals. So how do we take what out of these can be achieved in the shorter term? How we can go in the medium term, and what can we, ultimately we have to achieve all this, and much more beyond this, so that our next generation, our young generation is always, ready to take on the challenges and always ready to bring that innovation and bring that, zeal into for their own development and for the country's development. So I think if we can start working on that, I think that will. So I'll conclude. I think my points here.
Indeed, Anuradha, that's a very passionate stand you have taken on your personal. You say it's a personal view. You've definitely talked about the gross enrollment ratio, and we had Professor Punia earlier today who talked about how perhaps the gross enrollment ratio is not the right way to look at it, because many of them might not be even qualified to get into the system. So they are looking at a new term, and I can't remember what the term is called, but really you have made some good points there on equity as well for the underprivileged. And also the accreditations have shown that only 25% of the institutions were given the A grade. So definitely there has been, and you have made a stronger point there. And I would like to take these points, especially on the points of whether quality assessment systems like rankings or ratings or accreditation are able to capture that right now. Because as I said, we have a challenge. We have to educate a nation, and the state at which we were left at independence is not great. So we are still overcoming those challenges even today. So over to Professor Ansari to make to have your stand, to make your point, and have the results swayed on perhaps why it is not the right statement that quality in higher education is all talk, no action. So over to you, Professor Ansari from Jamia Millia Islamia, to make your statement, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwin. My dear colleagues, Rajiv, Madam Amita Deo, and Madam Anuradha. You see, already you have been put on defensive by the very polling that you did, and we were told that now the majority has polled in the favor of the motion. But I am thankful to my colleague, Dr. Amita Dev, who has defended those points very amicably. And also, as you said, that I have to talk in terms of whatever has been said already. Of course, as Raju himself admits that there has been a marginal increase. So he admits that there has been some increase. Now, marginal has to be defined in a very nice way as in respect of the population that we cater to in the country. So there has been an increase, and which is visible, and then only Raju has been saying that. Moreover, ever since independence, as our Dr. Amita said herself, what was the situation in the country and from where did we start? When Jawaharlal Nehru took over the mantle of the country, he appointed the very wise person as the education minister, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, who was perhaps the best suited person for the education field, and therefore all those institutions came up, and the education got the best of the shape at that time. And all those the regional engineering colleges and the best of the colleges in the universities were not opened into the capital cities of the states, but they rather went to the smaller towns of the states, wherein they could cater to the rural masses and could encourage the people from those areas to study. Now, the quality parameters that we have been talking, and of course, we do admit at some point of time that yes, the expectations of the industries have not been met. And we see that our graduates, a good number of graduates have not been catering and have not been up to the mark as the industries have been demanding. But at the same time, we also see that those who are the good stuff, those who are the products whom we really consider as a better lot, they also do not find a place in the Indian industry. The country at one point of time was, worried about the brain drain, and those all students used to go out of the country either to pursue their higher education or to get a job of their standing, and which was commensurate with the knowledge and qualification they had. So the Indian industries also did not have the consumption for those students who could pass out. Now lately we can see that the Indian students and the engineers, which were product of our own institutes, have been so good in terms of their knowledge of the IT, information and communication technology, that in the world we did not only could catch up with the IT revolution, but we could rather become a leader of the IT revolution in the world, knowing very well that the first industrial revolution and the second industrial revolution the country had missed at that time because of the lack of resources and the lack of infrastructure. So, how could it happen that we could become a leader of the IT revolution? That is one indicator that there has been action. It is not a matter of, the debate is not about what was the end result. The debate is about what has been the action on the part of the country. And the leaders at the helm of affairs who are there, who have been guiding and motivating us, they have taken a lot of action. And it is all visible also. It is in the public domain as well. And there has been a paradigm shift, and the focus has not only been in terms of opening the new institutions and bringing out, more and more colleges and universities. Dr. Amita rightly said that there has been 1,352 universities now, which can be briefly categorized 54 central universities, 429 state universities, 95 institutes of national importance, 171 deemed to be universities, and 392 private universities. These are institutions that have come up. They have not come without action. They have not come up without action. Moreover, the focus of the government of India now is to put emphasis on the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, the STEM. There have been many actions into that regard. And, the initiatives like affordable and accessible healthcare, big data and genomics, data science research initiatives, interdisciplinary cyber-physical systems, cognitive science research initiatives, etc., have provided the necessary impetus towards this trend. The focus on the ICT courses, especially the MCA program, which was proposed by the then Professor V. Rajaraman, who was a professor of electrical engineering at IIT Kanpur, and who has been occupying now a chair position at R.I.S.E. Bangalore. He was the man who could visualize the need of the people who can make use of the computers, and that is how the IT professionals were created in the country. So that is one thing. Moreover, it's not only the technology and producing the technocrats and the scientists or the engineers, but it's also the matter of producing humans. The focus of the country now, and those accreditation agencies like National Board of Accreditation or the NAC, the focus of the study these days in the institutions has been to create humans. There have been 12 graduate attributes which have been defined by the Washington Accord. Apart from the fundamental knowledge of science and technology, the fundamental knowledge of analyzing a given situation, designing a problem for which is fittest to the given problem. There are many aspects of life in which we need to prepare our graduates for sensitive towards our environment, sensitive to our society, giving back to the society from where they have come, working in a group, or working individually, ethics. These are also the aspects which are, have been put as the parameters of assessment of the individuals and the graduates which are coming from the colleges. Especially the National Board of Accreditation has been putting emphasis on that. So, my dear friends, all said and done, I can also assume that the actions have not been missing. And all those initiatives that have been taken, starting from the beginning, the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana 2.0, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana 3.0, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendras, Jan Shikshan Sansthans, capacity building schemes, UDAN, school initiatives and higher education, India International Skill Centers, Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching, and several others. The list is just suggestive, not exhaustive. Moreover, various digital initiatives in India have also contributed tremendously.
I have to stop you there for exceeding the time. So I have to stop you there and we'll come back to you. So you have talked about actions and the various actions taken. The outcome might be slower, which perhaps is not visible to the industry as yet. So I want to take this question to Rajiv, and I think I'm going to be asking you. My question to you is: and there are several actions. Both Professor Amita Dev and Professor Ansari have said that there are several actions. The new education policy has been revolutionary, is going to change it. So does that change your mind on the topic for the future?
Sure, thank you. I'll say that when we talk about the human civilization, and it has been a progressive journey for all of us, right? So saying that post-independence, comparing the two data points may not be the right proposition in my view. And with all due respect, I'm actually bringing in this context against the perspective which Professor Amita actually shared. There are two things which I want to disagree there. One is, I respect that the transformation in the education segment, primarily the primary and school education segment, which Professor Amita did talk about. I'm also associated to an NGO as a board of trustee, and we go to remote villages of Uttarakhand state for education purposes to support and fund underprivileged kids. And trust me, the condition of schools, I would have not, I'm talking about now, and the situation possibly 3 decades back or 2 decades back was there. I see similar situation today from infrastructure, basic support, even teachers not available, same teacher teaching everything, etc. So that's a real condition of the rural India. When we talk about changes and transformation from a urban India perspective, or cities like Delhi or capital like Delhi, I understand changes will happen. It's a progressive journey, right? Every other country has also progressed. When we look at the journey when they started it from to where they have reached. That's one point. Second point was related to the number of universities which came up. Now, I'll actually pick the point which my co-panelist Anuradha was talking about in terms of quality versus quantity. We did phenomenal job in terms of quantity, but really the quality is a challenge. Now let me bring the experiential perspective here. When we hire engineers who have gone through 4 years of rigorous learning intervention, if I support the opponent perspective here, then why should they not be readily deployable when they are hired by us? Why do we need to put them in a rigorous training program for 3 to 6 months to ensure that they are deployable from a corporate requirement perspective? Honestly, the technology companies have actually turned training companies when it comes to hiring freshers. The third point, with respect to the Professor Ansari, when he talked about the technology side evolution in Indian context, with all due respect, I agree. We are one of the hub. Outsourcing, people like me are having a bread and butter because of technology industry, because I've lived my life in technology industry throughout. But the issue is when we talk about quality, please look at the HackerRank list of quality developers basis countries. You will be surprised that we fall in the bottom quartile. Our ranking is 31 in that list, and China is number 1. So that talks about two countries started their journey almost similar time with the same kind of constraints. One is at top when it comes to the quality of developers versus the another, which is at 31. I'm not pessimistic. I'm very optimistic. I still support my co-panelist Amita and Ansari in terms of their views with respect to the journey we're covering, but the reality is different today. And that is what is important to understand. So Ashwin, I'll actually stop my sharing on this topic.
Thank you so much, Rajiv. So you have made your kind of the statement, and I think I would like to go to Professor Amita with that, which says technology companies have turned into training hubs. And besides whatever else Rajiv has mentioned, Professor Amita, on employability and also the reality on ground at schools. So this is perhaps the last round we're going around, so you can make your concluding statement as well with this, and I'll give you a few minutes for that.
Yeah, it's again very nice to hear my co-panelist and the opponent Rajiv. Definitely look at India, how big the India is. Definitely the rural segment, a lot of opportunities are there, which needs to we need to provide and bridge the gap. Definitely you need good teachers, you need all kind of the right infrastructure. Definitely, again, I am going by definitely there has been an action. When we say no action, that is a point I'm trying to make. There has been a substantial action which has been there. I know a place where in India, my own student, after doing 12th or a graduation from anywhere, fails to take up admission to the top-notch IITs, IIMs, etc. And the same student very easily is able to crack even Harvard. I know instances where my student has gone and has cracked those examinations in Harvard. They've cracked examinations in Stanford, but they found it difficult to crack even IITs and IIMs. Which means their bases have been strong. Their mathematics have been strong. When I work with the student exchange program and I get the students from abroad, believe me, 86 plus 86, they ask for a calculator. Some of them, I'm not saying all, but some of them. And our students are able to do it immediately. IT, definitely technology. India has become the hub to supply technology people across the world. I mean it, across the world. And they are being paid the best. My own student is being paid. We are not NITs, we are not IITs, we are not ICERs. We are typically women, STEM education, only women. My student, during this COVID time, they have got opportunities of internship of 2 months with 1.6 lakhs per annum and job opportunities highest 70 lakhs per annum, and not one student, 200 students. We made the highlights in the newspapers. I'm not saying we are the one, India as such, we have made progress, but yes, there are challenges. And finally, I'm talking of a practical thing. One of the best company, I will not like to name the company, but they are into the investment banking. All across the world, the people were invited in USA for the training, and anyone who reaches late had to have a punishment that they will sing their national anthem. So when it came down to the USA, that is the biggest company who pays in crores, and from USA, 2 persons are standing up. From other countries, 3 or 4. When it came down to India, 55% stood up out of 150. When it came down to China, 35% stood up. When it came down to Japan, only 28 stood up. So if you look at in the world over, Indians are Indians. Indian minds are educated minds. They are being acknowledged for it. The moment you are an Indian, people are ready to take you and you are educated. Definitely, there are blocks. There are blockages and hurdles. We are in the technology era. Technology is moving very fast. Your point is well taken. We need to bridge that gap. We are a little slower in changing our technology, but thanks to MOOC platforms and others, we need to guide our students to go there, learn the latest technologies. There are challenges, but I say Indian minds are the best. Indian higher education system, we are poised to do the best in the future. And we will show to the future, look, wait, Indians are coming. Thank you.
That's brilliant from Samita. Some valid points there, and I think that makes it's probably where the companies here today need to go into Professor Amita Dev's university to check out her students as well. With that, what I would like to do before I go to the last round of discussion, I would like to send the poll again. So if Professor Amita and Professor Ansari have been able to change your mind on the topic and you would like to vote, agree or disagree, the polling has opened now. You can start to put in your polls there, or if you think, well, there is still a point made by Rajiv and Anuradha that it's even more stronger, please tell us about it. I don't want to influence anything, but I'm just stimulating the discussion here. So now over to Anuradha. You have heard both the discussions here. You've heard the points, and I think this is your chance to sway those results further. And as Professor Amita mentioned, there are several Indians that are making waves around the world. Some of the big corporations in India are headed by Indians. So what do you think? What's your closing statement?
Yeah, so actually I missed a lot of, because of the lot of lag in while Dr. Amita was speaking. So but to mention, as you mentioned, some of the points, like, so definitely there are certain successes, and now the question is, and there are definitely some torch bearers in the education industry, like some of the IIMs and some of the colleges like LSR and Dr. Amita's college, the IG college. And now here what we are talking about, not one particular or those top 10 or 15 colleges. We are talking about the higher education overall. So when we compare that individual successes of individual colleges to the success of overall, I think then again the point comes, how many kind of innovations have we done? How many innovations have happened and how many successful startups have come up after being graduated from higher education? Yes, jobs. The point that our opponents are making is that students get jobs abroad, or this is the IT hub. So again, we are serving. We are not innovators there. We are not producing. So what you call, we are actually helping US and other economies to make their economies more stronger, and the revenue is ultimately going there and not being kept in the India. So ultimately, I think if we look at that, and again it is a vicious circle, because again our economy is not thriving, then again we have lower budgets for the education. It's kind of a vicious circle there. So I think somewhere and there has been, as at my first point I said, there has been work, like a lot of institutions have been built up since independence, but are we there? Are we yet there where we want to reach? How far we are from where we want to reach? That is the bigger question.
Thank you so much, Anuradha. You have mentioned some great points on, there are success stories, but and perhaps Indians are making waves outside India, helping other economies. But really, is it the trend in India that we are not seeing those institutions in top rankings and top accreditation? They're not reflecting. So I would like to go over to Professor Ansari for his concluding statement on it's your moment to sway the polls. I'll request my colleagues to please send the link again to those on YouTube and on the platform, because we'd like all of you to tell us whether you have changed your mind after hearing the discussions today. So over to Professor Ansari.
Thank you very much, Ashwin. Great told by our friends. There is no doubt that all our industries have been providing training to our. I'm sorry, is my video clear? It's okay now. Yeah, see, in our colleges and institutions, we do not provide the students which are the knowledge which is tailored for a particular industry. We try to provide the generic knowledge. We train them and prepare them to be ready for any specific knowledge that is required to be learned elsewhere. They would be easily able to grasp it. So our effort is not for a focus towards any specific industry or a specific organization. And therefore, it is but natural that all those industries which will hire our graduates, they will have to provide the training which will be tailor-made for their purpose, for their work. That is one point. And also, it is again, our focus and effort is never for those selected people who are excelling in the world. We never asked them to go abroad. They never aspired. If they had got an opportunity inside the country from our own industries, they would have probably worked here and would have excelled and had held the country. But because of the lack of opportunities for them, though we did not intend to prepare such quality so that they would go outside, but because of the lack of opportunity within, they tried to go away. But when they went there, they found the infrastructure, they found the opportunities, and they excelled. And they became the masters. And even our own scientists in the science area, not only in the technology. We remember the boson, we remember the people, one of our Indian who was the chairman of the British committee, Venki Ramakrishnan. So some of them are really good. So what we need to do here is to create opportunities also for the students so that they may be absorbed within the country and they would be excelling. There is no doubt that our institutions and the government of India as such and their various elements and organizations which have been helping, they have been focusing on the generic knowledge of the students and also trying to inculcate such qualities which will help them in becoming a good citizen of the country, a good human being, have all those attributes in them that are required to become a leader, not only a democrat, but they should also have those qualities which are required normally and naturally into a human. Multiple in it. We do not provide any tailor-made knowledge. Of course, there have been many success stories which are, and the companies are now approaching to introduce certain elements into their syllabus, which will help their companies. When they come out, they will be absorbed right over there. But we can't do that. We have not accepted such offers because we want our students to be ready for the entire spectrum of the industries which are available outside. So that is one point that I make here, and thank you very much for providing me this opportunity at this forum to have some discussion. And I fully agree that we at our end and the government of India at its own end have been making a lot of action, taking a lot of action for making the higher education excel and compete with the world around. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ansari, and that's a great discussion amongst all your four panelists with us today. I think you've made some valid points, and you've also tackled what the opponents have to say as well. So I would like to thank you for joining this very healthy debate. It has brought to surface many questions, more than answers, and one of them is collaboration between the industry and academia. I think that's a discussion which needs to have even more so now, and we're looking at what's happening. Secondly, the kind of work being done with the national education policy and the various initiatives perhaps will take time, and that is when, and that's probably a wait and watch scenario. But I think institutions, there are small pockets of institutions in the country which are doing some excellent stuff, and that is what it will be reflected in the near future in the various mechanisms which are there. So as a country, we have a challenge. We do have a long way to go, but I think the system needs to start to work closely with the industry. And that's one of the major outcomes today, is because we can see a clear disconnect between them. And the point of Indians making it abroad, I think that's again alarming, because we've seen Indians go out for after they finish their graduation, they go for post-graduation. So if we had quality institutions in India, would they still go? If we could offer them the kind of perhaps the packages which are available at companies abroad, would they still go? So again, that's something which academia and industry needs to work together for the future. I will put the poll results on, and let's see whether there has been any change in the results. So we have 76% actually agree. So we had a slight increase in the agree there, with almost the same number of participants that polled in earlier, and 24% disagree. So the Rajiv and Anuradha were able to sway it slightly towards themselves by their statements. And Professor Amita and Professor Ansari, we have to thank you for being such great sport. And this is just a discussion, but I'm sure it has brought to forth many points for us to work together. And I'm sure the industry here today and the universities here today will collaborate in the future to understand what exactly do they want and what each person wants. And I think what we want is a nation which is thriving, which is doing better, and our Indians should be taking our economy to the next level. So with that, thank you so much to all four of you. Really great, Professor Amita, Mr. Rajiv, Professor Ansari, and Ms. Anuradha. Great panel discussion and debate here. I would like to thank you for joining me today.
I thank all the debate participants and our moderator, Dr. Ashwin, for this engaging and exciting exchange of ideas. We will now take a short lunch break and will be back at 1:15 p.m. to continue the conference. I also urge all the delegates and speakers to use this break for networking on the virtual platform. So see you all at 1:15. Welcome back to the Uttar Pradesh edition of R.I.S.E conference. We've had an enriching series of sessions in the first half, so without any further delay, let us move on to the next session, which is a panel presentation of case studies on internationalization of colleges. To moderate the session and also make his presentation, I now invite Mr. Olivier Tain, who is the Global Head Client Success at QS Unisolution. Mr. Olivier has many years of experience in the education technology industry, where he has successfully accompanied large client bases through change processes. I now hand over the session to you, Mr. Olivier.
Thank you very much, Prachi. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor and a pleasure to take part in this conference today. I am very pleased to talk to you about the shift in internationalization strategies. According to the program, what I would like to do right now is invite to the stage Dr. Preeti Chitkara, who's the head PR on RI for the KIT group of institutions. Dr. Chitkara has been honored with numerous awards over the years, including the International Women Achiever Award 2021. She has over 15 years of experience in the field of education, with research papers and articles published in numerous national and international anthologies. She's a popular blogger and has published a very well-known and appreciated anthology called Blues Under the Silver Hues, an endeavor to retrieve smiles. Without further ado, Dr. Chitkara, I'm going to hand the scene over to you for an allocated time of 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Yukti Yukta Pradanyat Baladapi Vichakshana Ravirvishyam Vastukim Nadipo Prakashyet. The wise should learn to accept wisdom from anyone, even from a child. Doesn't the small night lamp light up things when and which the sun can't do? Thereby, learning must be universal, without boundaries. With this thought, I extend my warm greetings to the esteemed audience and heartfelt thanks to QS IGAUGE for providing us this platform to share the case studies of our institutions on internationalization of colleges. I request to share my presentation. Next. Next, please. Next. So before we leap into the internationalization of colleges, let me share what is internationalization. Higher education scholar Jay Knight defines it as a process of introduction of international constituents in research, education, administration to the function of higher education. It is designing a product in a way that it may be readily consumed across multiple countries and maybe having that appeal and distribution that can meet the international markets and increase its footprint and capture greater market in the global world. Next, please. Internationalization of colleges includes integrating the policies and practices undertaken by academic systems and institutions to deal with the global academic environment. It integrates international, intercultural, or global dimensions in education, tailors the child changes in curriculum and infrastructure as per the global need. It helps in collaborating with foreign universities for exchange programs and incorporates international standards in teaching and learning pedagogy. Next, sir. So India, since early times, has been and continues to be promoted as a global study destination, providing premium education at affordable costs. In addition to the traditional institutes of Nalanda and Takshila, universities in India, even today, attract more than 40,000 international students from across the different countries, probably more than 164. But the growth in this number has slackened in the past few years. And perhaps that's the reason that National Education Policy, NEP 2020, has called for making a plan of action to help India restore its role as Vishwaguru. Indians usually go out with the aim of gaining knowledge, as education is the primary driver which prompts them to go abroad in the first place. Though, post that, the extensive job market, the convenient and safe lifestyle of the various different countries make these students stay overseas. It's been widely established that students who have competitive advantage of international education enjoy a higher employability in the global job market, as these students exhibit more refined decision making and problem solving core skills that are relevant in all industries. That's what the reason is that NEP 20 proposed that India should be promoted as foreign study destination. Every institution should have an international students office to host foreign students. Colleges must be promoting premium education at affordable costs. Thereby, I believe that internationalization in education will lead to improved academic quality and international orientation, making stronger, more successful, and more profitable policies. It helps in broadening the academic and cultural experiences of the students, thereby making them global citizens. Naturally, the internationalization in education will provide access to the students to the world of opportunities in all possibilities and prepare the young generation for the global market. Next, sir. Now, let us move on to the case study on internationalization of KIET. Prior to moving ahead, I would request, sir, to please play the video.
The great purpose of an institute can be realized better by the impartment of its education. It is to master this physical self, to transcend the beauty of nature. Delineating the same, KIET group of institutions has plunged into carving its ways to global underpinnings and create a universal benchmark. The global presence of our alumni, combined with the victory of our students at NASA, contributed to the spread of the vastness and diversity of our country. Our students won the prestigious AIAA Neil Armstrong Best Design Award in the 25th Annual Rover Challenge held at the US Space and Rocket Center in Alabama, securing first prize amongst 115 teams that hailed from 15 different countries. The students were felicitated by the Honorable President of India at the R.I.S.E Bhavan, New Delhi. KIET group of institutions is one of the premier destinations for young minds, offering courses engineering, management, and pharmacy. It continuously strives for the welfare of its students, providing them with best opportunities both on the national and international platforms. Coming together marks the beginning. Staying together brings progress, and working together gives success. Demarcating the same and persuading the aspirations of budding professionals, the International Relations Office at KIET caters to the needs of the students. The institution endeavors to adopt the work culture and teaching learning pedagogy by incorporating vivid international collaborations. KIET group of institutions has signed Memorandum of Understanding with Network N+I, an engineering consortium of French Embassy, so that the students at the institute can get better opportunities for international internships and studies in the universities of France. Our collaboration with R.I.S.E, the world's largest youth-run international non-governmental and not-for-profit organization that provides young people with leadership development, cross-cultural internships, and volunteer exchange globalist experiences, is substantial as it provides extensive international internships to our students.
First internship I did in 2018 at DRDO Delhi, and it was very nice experience to work with the scientists and technical people from DRDO, and which have helped me a lot till now. And the second internship I did in 2018, and it was in Germany, and where I have opportunity to work with a student from the leading institution across the world, and it was a very nice and new experience for me, and that helped me a lot to define my career. and then I moved to Denmark to pursue my master's.
The Institute builds energy and momentum by creating a shared group experience through intellectual research-based initiatives like international conferences, seminars, guest lectures, distinguished lecture series, projects, and research papers in collaborations with esteemed universities like Southwestern Oklahoma State University, USA, University at Uzbekistan, Facens University, Brazil, University at Namankan, and others. Without leaps of imagination, we lose the excitement of possibilities. Turning such possibilities into reality, we knocked the international boundaries when 3 scholars of the Institute stepped ahead for overseas internships in 2018. Then after, more than 12 students of KIET group of institutions have already attended international internships in various countries as Germany, Egypt, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Kenya. We have even received nominations from the students of countries like Brazil, Egypt, and Malaysia who have been selected to visit our institute for an internship in near future. The institute opens another window to look upon the world through language learning. We at KIET offer on-campus German and Japanese language classes to our students by making them proficient in foreign languages and thus making them globally employable.
And I've been pursuing my German language course since first year of my college. So now we are in the second level of the course. So since the first level, I have seen pretty much changes in myself, because there you meet a lot of people, you do lots of activities with them, and which really help to groom your communication and presentation skills.
The Institute organizes IEAW, that is International Education Awareness Week cum Fair, annually to impart a pure intellectual pursuit of understanding, satisfying the desire of our students to become a statesperson with informed decision making. Foreign delegates from multiple universities are invited to share all possible information about why to study abroad, how to prepare and proceed for international education or studies. The week concludes with an education fair, wherein the students get all their queries answered by foreign university representatives. Thereby, KIET has already paved its way to the internationalization of education and dreams to dive deep into it by taking various initiatives in the coming future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, moving ahead with my presentation, kindly share that. Yes. So, KIET group of institutions. Krishna Institute of Engineering and Technology was established in 1998 with an inception of 180 students, and today it harbors more than 6,000 students under the name KIET Group of Institutions. We are a premier institute in Delhi NCR offering courses in engineering, management, pharmacy, and computer applications. Next slide, sir. We have all kinds of accreditations and affiliations which are meant for institutions. And you'll be happy to know that an IRF ranking and other RIIA ranking, all the rankings which are substituted and which cannot be substituted, are there with KIET group of institutions. Next slide, sir. We have had 22 plus years of substantial growth with 6,000 plus students, 350 plus intellectual capitals, and 16,000 plus alumni. We invite 300 plus recruiters on the campus with the highest CTC of this year being 26.5 LPA. Next slide, sir. Here comes the story of how KIET went global. So in 2017, December, the International Relations Office was conceptualized by the name Career Guidance Center for National and International Affairs. Thereby, having a lot of limitations due to being non-autonomous, we could reach out to or cater to barely a few programs wherein we went for these 5 pillars and made them strong. International collaborations, international activities and events, foreign language programs, international internships, and International Education Awareness Week. These acted as the pillars to help us grow and groom as global institute. Next slide, please. When we talk about the global presence of KIETians, our students are spread across the world. You can see these small numbers written on the map which portray the presence of our students. And as mentioned in the video itself, that in 2018, our students won the NASA award, which brought laurels and a lot of privileges to the institute. Next slide, sir. These are the MOUs which have been signed by the institute and which give us the opportunity to connect and collaborate with them for various research-based programs. Next slide, please. These are the international activities that we cater to. We attend and participate in various conclaves and summits, which are at the international levels. We have organized in the last few years, 3 to 4 years itself, we have organized more than 20 international conferences and seminars, distinguished guest lecture series, number of projects we've gone for. And if we talk about research paper publications in the international journals, it crosses more than 300 publications. Next slide, sir. Now comes the international internships. This is something which happened in the year 2018 when 3 students of ours went for different countries. Thereby, all our students, in fact, started being motivated that, yes, our students are meant for not only national, but international platforms. And we started sending our students for international internships, wherein the students marked the name of their country in 5 different countries. We even offer 30% scholarship to the students who propose to go for internship in different countries. Next slide, sir. We offer German and Japanese language, and very soon we are going to start with more languages on our campus, which is going to give a beautiful open platform to these students to mark their careers in these countries, even across the, not only across the world, but even the country earns for these kinds of students who have foreign language information and knowledge. Next slide, sir. When we talk about International Education Awareness Week 2018, we had the first International Education Awareness Week. It is an annual event which includes more than 2,000 plus students. 30 plus awareness sessions are organized during the International Education Awareness Week, and more than 50 plus foreign university representatives visit our campus to share their knowledge and even answer the queries of the students face-to-face. It's an exclusive education fair for KIETians, wherein we give them opportunities to connect with universities abroad. The way forward of future plans of ours include reaching 100 plus universities in the coming 5 years. We wish to become all-in-one information guidance center for study abroad program for our students, so that whenever they plan or even envisage that they want to go for another country for foreign education, we should be able to provide them each and every help, handhold them and give them the platform. We wish to offer foreign internships to our students. Maximum of them should be attending and going abroad for the same. We want to initiate faculty and student program. The exchanges can only happen when we are autonomous. We want to collaborate for dual degree and twinning programs once we are autonomous again. We wish to launch 2 more, and in fact, we have planned that we'll be launching 2 or more foreign languages on our campus in the coming years. We wish to equip our faculty and staff members to learn foreign languages. In fact, we are proud to share that this year, even a good number of faculty members have enrolled for foreign languages and they're learning it. We wish to provide international placement opportunities, international standards in teaching, learning pedagogy, global standards for research and development activities, and thus prepare globally acceptable students and entrepreneurs. So this is the way forward, and we would look forward to a beautiful future ahead. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much, Dr. Chitkara, for this insightful and very interesting vision into the accomplishment and the goals of the KIET group of institutions in regards to internationalization. I would now like to invite to the stage Dr. Vinod Kopse Dr. Kopse is a professor and director at the Noida Institute of Engineering and Technology, with over 22 years of experience working at different levels in terms of teaching and research, handling different responsibilities. Dr. Kopse has over 50 research papers published in national and international journals to his name. He has been on the editorial board of numerous international and national journals, has been also out of many distinctions, conference chair of International Conference on Embedded Systems in Thailand. He has successfully guided over 30 postgraduate students in helping them accomplish their research work, and has been the recipient of numerous grants in terms of research conferences. So without further ado, Dr. Kopse, I'm handing the stage over to you for your insight into internationalization at the Noida Institute for an allocated speaking time of 15 minutes. Dr.
Thank you. Please share my presentation. So on behalf of NIT, I would like to thank QS IGAUGE for providing the opportunity to talk on this internationalization of college. About NIT, NIT is NAC accredited with grade A. We have QS IGAUGE diamond rating, 5 BTech programs in computer science engineering, electronics and communication, mechanical engineering, information technology, biotechnology are MBA accredited. Also, we have 2 PG programs, that is in MBA and MCA are NBA accredited. Also, we have NIRF ranking in the band of 201 to 250. Also, NIT is the first private institution with autonomous status in AKTU Lucknow, that is the state of Uttar Pradesh. So, as in the previous sessions, the different speakers already brief about the autonomy. Autonomy is a very important factor when you go for the internationalization. So, NIT has this privilege of autonomous status, and we are in the position to develop the course curriculum which will cater the globalization. It will help to develop the graduates which will work at the international platform. So this is one of the major advantage at Noida Institute of Engineering and Technology, Greater Noida, when you will go for the internationalization. So please share the next slide. So today's topic for my talk is internationalization of college. Please next. So during my presentation, I will cover introduction of international colleges, need of internationalization, benefits, key skills developed through this internationalization, strategic implementation plan, internationalization, area of internationalization, challenges, and new education policy which will help the internationalization of the colleges, the AICT collaboration and twinning program, and the initiative and policies to attract international students. Next. So as I already told you, the advent of globalization, advanced information technology, and increased translational travel has enabled higher education in many countries to expand their services beyond their traditional boundaries. Or in other words, we can say that due to the development of technology, internationalization of education is a very important thing, and it is a need of hour. And if we talk about the India, from ancient time, India is the traditionally a center for favorite education destination. So Nalanda, Takshila, Vikramshila are the famous as favorite destinations for hosting renowned scholars from all over the world. And in India, today, more than 40,000 international students from 164 different countries are visiting to the various institutes as well as universities. But if we talk about in the last decade, this number is reduced. So that's why to improve the internationalization of education, that is in higher education, so new education policy is proposed, and it will help to increase this particular number and the India become a Vishwaguru. Next slide. So why we go for internationalization of education. Why India has the potential to become a favorite destination. So we have the education infrastructure, large growing industry, job market, lifestyle and convenience. Cost of living in India is low compared to the other developed countries. Next. The various author has already published their research on this internationalization of the institute. Like the Kong argues that due to the increasing demand in the labor market of graduates with professional, academic, multilingual, social, and intercultural skill and attitude, internationalizing higher education cannot be overlooked. Moreover, with limited research resources, international partnership among universities appear to be the most viable means of accomplishing the task of internationalization. Next. So one of the author, Knight, upgraded her previous definition on internationalization to include the process of integrating international, intercultural, or global dimension into the purpose, functions, or delivery of post-secondary education. Please next. So why there is a need of internationalization? The different factors are there, the different parameters are there due to which we need to promote this internationalization, like cross-cultural exchanges, commercial advantage, knowledge and language acquisition, enhancing the curriculum with enhance international placements, global footprints through extended alumni, exuberate confidence of international community, creates further pull. Next. Apart from these parameters, definitely the local impact, which will improve the quality of education at the institute, like internationalized institutions are valued and command better value position. Internationalized institutions are stronger institutions generally. As such, there are a better position to attract the best. The global footprint is essential for any institution to be recognized for its quality. All institutions that are noted for their excellence also have a significant international presence. Internationalized institutions are financially stronger, can attract the best resources and maintain infrastructure, can keep pace with technological changes because of their financial strength. Please next. So apart from this, once you go for the internationalization, definitely we have to improve our curriculum. We have to cope up with the global demands, global requirements. So global competency is essential for successful career in globalized society and economy. Every college graduate should develop the international skills and perspective that will enable them to become responsible and well-informed members of extended society. Complete mastery of any academic disciplines requires an understanding of its international dimension. Apart from this, when you go for the collaboration with various research organizations, if you sign the MOUs with different research organizations, definitely the research activity at your institute will be improved. So next slide. So what are the rationales behind the internationalization? So Egner argued have led to 4 different policies approaches to internationalization of higher education institute, like the mutual understanding approach. The first approach is mutual understanding approach. Under this approach, it encompasses the political, cultural, academic, and development aid goals. It allows and encourages mobility of domestic as well as the foreign students and staff through scholarship and academic exchange programs, and supports academic partnership between the educational institution. This approach does not generally involve any strong push to recruit international students. The next approach is the skill migration approach. The skilled migration approach shares the goal of the mutual understanding approach, but gives stronger emphasis to the recruitment of selected international students and aims to attract talented students to work to the host country knowledge economy or make its higher education and research sectors more competitive. Scholarship programs will help this particular approach more competitive. The next is the revenue generating approach, shares the rationales of mutual understanding and skill migration approach, but offers higher education services on more or less full fee basis without public subsidies. Compared to the domestic students, foreign students generate additional income for institutions which are encouraged to become entrepreneurial in the international market. Apart from this, the next approach is capacity building approach, encourages the cross-border higher education, higher delivery delivered as a relatively quick way to build an emerging country capacity. Next. So apart from this, as per my view, the top rationales for internationalization are the student preparedness. If we go for internationalization, definitely our course curriculum will be different. We have to develop the skills which will cope up the internationalization, or we can say that the global needs. So that's why the technical skills of the students will be improved, soft skills will be improved. We have to develop the curriculum which will cater the needs of the industry on the international basis. The profile and the reputation of the institute will be improved. We have to promote the research activities and increase diversity of the students. Next. So once we go for the internationalization, what are the benefits out of this internationalization? The first important benefit will be the international awareness of the students. So the overall education system will be for the benefit of the students. So once we go for the internationalization, the students will get the exposure at the international level. So the ability to function effectively in the today's world, to change the perspective of the students, an effective way to produce workforce that can adapt to international settings. It will strengthen the research facilities, research area at the institute. Then the curriculum will be as per the needs of the globalization, enhance the prestige as well as the profile of the institute. Next. So due to internationalization, the various benefits will get to the students, like appropriate and inappropriate behavior, professional and personal development, global knowledge, development of empathy, friendship and networking of the students, acquisition of first-hand cultural knowledge of other countries, multilingual abilities. Next. So once you go for the internationalization, definitely due to the international mobility, the various key skills will be developed in the students, like self-awareness, self-confidence, sense of identity, and personal independence, being informed, greater interest in the global affairs and cross-cultural perspective, lateral learning, readiness for serving multinationals, helps bridging technological gaps, organization skills, project management, decision making, creativity and taking on responsibilities, vision and independence, experience, broader outlook and attitude, problem solving skill, coping strategies and risk taking, patience, flexibility, adaptability, open-mindedness and humanities, teamwork and team leadership skills, adaptability for cross-cultural work practice. These are the very, very important skills which are nowadays demanded by the various global industries. So these skills are very, very important. So if we go for the internationalization, these skills will be developed in the students. Next. Next. So if we go for the internationalization, definitely the faculty will be the backbone of any education system. So faculty engagement will be a very important part, and these faculty will be involved in various activities of internationalization, like reward and recognition, intentionally assigned faculty roles. The faculty will be involved in accreditation process, development of various infrastructure, academic activities, the funds allocation, and various promotional activities. Next. So once we go for internationalization, the institute has various priorities, like the outgoing mobility for the students, international student exchanges, attracting international students, research collaboration, strengthen the international content of the curriculum, outgoing mobility for faculty as well as staff, development capacity, building projects, internationalization at home. Please next. So various approaches which are required for the internationalization, like activity approach. Under this approach, activities such as recruitment of international students and faculty, exchange program and technical assistance from one institution to the another. The process approach will focus on the sustainability of the international education through a process that encompasses not only teaching and research, but also policies and procedure that are international or intercultural in nature. The ethos approach will focus on development of an organizational culture that nurtures intercultural, multicultural, and global sensitivity. The competence approach will aims to develop international competencies for students, faculty, and staff through the development of international curricula and program. Next. So this activity approach includes the recruitment of various international students, offer foreign languages to the students as well as faculty, institution of intercultural events and festivals, students, faculty, staff exchange, memoranda of understanding with various global industries, students exchange program with abroad universities as well as institutes, the internationalization of curriculum. Next. The activity next. This competency approach is a very important part, because when you go for the internationalization, we are talking about the needs of global industry. So we have to develop the various skills, various competencies which will cater, which will suit the needs of the global industry. So under this particular competency approach, we have to work on the faculty and staff skills which can be developed by the participation in various international level events such as conferences, hiring international competent faculty and staff, global certifications of various skill programs, foreign language study. Next. So when you go for the international, we have to focus in some of the areas like training and teaching, research, then relationship with society and culture. Next. So when you go for internationalization, we have to take some initiatives. We have to measure the success, because as we are going for internationalization, we have to set some goals, we have to set vision, mission, and according to that we have to assess these goals, vision, missions, parameter time to time, so that we can find out what is the success of this particular program. So for that purpose, we have to take some initiatives, like we have to identify the core strengths, identify the weak areas for the institute, then decide what strengths the institute would like to leverage, identify the perspective market of chosen strength, identify the specific requirement of target market, reorient curriculum, process, marketing network, infrastructure and resources to serve the identified needs, define measures for measuring the success of above plan. Next.
Dr. Kapse, I would request you to please wind up in next 1 or 2 minutes if possible.
Right.
Yeah.
Last NEP slide, last 2 slides, ma'am. So as I already discussed that why the internationalization is required, and in my first slide itself, I discussed that in last decade, the number of admissions in the Indian institute is reduced, that is by the foreign students. So for that purpose, the NEP, National Education Policy 2020 emphasizes on this internationalization of the higher education. The NEP proposes the following major changes, like India to be promoted as a foreign study destination, and every institution to have every institution to have an international students office, focus on providing a premium education at affordable cost. Foreign colleges and universities can set up the colleges in India. Research and teaching collaboration and faculty student exchanges with high quality foreign institution will be facilitated. So these are some of the action plans are proposed by the NEP 2020. Next. So also the AICT has taken the initiative to promote this internationalization by starting the collaboration and twinning program. Under this program, the various technical institutes can collaborate with the foreign universities to promote the staff exchange program, student exchange programs, and definitely it will help us to go for internationalization. Next. So initiatives and policies to attract the international students at NIT, like cost effectiveness of Indian education system. Typical cost is 1/4 of the leading universities in the world. So improve market share by offering scholarship to the meritorious foreign students, ease of admission and socialization, facilitate health cover and quality medical support to the students, provide quality recreational and sports facilities at the campus, universally applicable curriculum that will render individuals ready for the global market, recruit the teachers who have the right expertise and experience and can shape the talented students for a better career path. In addition, need to provide the flexibility to tailor courses to a student's interest, and freedom to work on a part-time basis while studying adds to overall appeal of earning a degree abroad, will increase the overall quality of the education. Next. So at the end, I can say that going forward, academia should be delivering intercultural quality education to serve the global society, professionals with global outlook and tolerance. Thank you. So thank you for providing the opportunity to share my views. Thank you.
Dr. Kopse, thank you so much for this very comprehensive insight into the internationalization strategy at NIET. I think linked to the excellent presentation that Dr. Chitkara made, I think it's two very good examples of holistic policy with the view of going from local to global. So thanks to both of you for your excellent contribution. Chitra, I will now take over, if you don't mind. If you could share my presentation starting from slide 2, I will now attempt to give you a little bit of an insight about how we at QS help the various institutions around the world with their internationalization strategy. Next slide, please. So we know that internationalization efforts on long-term institutional improvements in that respect have been an ongoing effort for several decades now around the world. And QS has a unique position in helping universities improve their reputation on ranking through a range of key factors and parameters that they've been studying at QS, on compiling, on analyzing for over 30 years. So we're going to take just a few minutes to go through some of these factors on how they impact and can help the growth of institution from an internationalization perspective. Next slide, please. So there's a complex array of factors that are included and determine the overall ranking of institutions over time. But if we compare how things have changed from 2012 to 2020, we see some very important factors. Among them, the percentage of international faculty, the percentage of international students, and the ratio of faculty per students seem to be key drivers in terms of spotting and highlighting high-performance institutions. And we see that globally across the world, there has been a growth in those key factors. If we just pick a couple of highlights, we see that the percentage of international faculty, for example, has grown from below 5% to just over 10%. On the percentage of international students on that stage has grown from just over 5% to nearly 15% in just 8 years. Next slide, please. So what does that decade of growth tell us in terms of international strategies for universities that truly want to mark their place in the global stage. We see that regardless of geographical location, in all regions of the world, we have seen growth in all the main parameters that make up internationalization imprint. If we highlight, for example, the Asia-Pacific region, we can see that the citations per faculty ratio, for example, has grown from 7.5% to an astonishing 32.5%. The overall number of students is kind of stable, but we see a rise in the number of international students in terms of percentage. And altogether, that growth across these parameters has an interesting impact in the way institutions worldwide change and adapt their internationalization strategies to compete in the global market. Next slide, please. Obviously, COVID, unfortunately, has had a major impact worldwide on the internationalization efforts led by universities. It impacted mostly two main areas of internationalization: student mobility, outgoing mobility, incoming mobilities, and of course, internationalization programs in terms of joint research. A lot of institutions since COVID started to impact their existing strategy have had to be very agile and be able to improvise very quickly in order to secure funding for the continuation of their internationalization efforts. One of the key factors that institutions have identified is that they needed to ensure contact with their partners was kept active, and obviously international travel having grinded to a halt, they had to turn to online communication platforms to ensure continuation of the dialogue. So if we take a look at the impact that COVID had worldwide, the silver lining to the cloud is that it was a catalyst for institutions to think outside of the box. It pushed them creatively to turn to different online mechanisms in order to ensure the continuity and the adaptation of their internationalization efforts. And this encompasses several aspects of the internationalization efforts for the staff in terms of teaching and research, for the staff who is in charge of the administrative side of things, and obviously for students. So we've seen globally a massive shift in terms of replacing paperwork on the manual handling of processes towards a more digital way of dealing with processes in terms of data exchanges through networks. The aim of this shift in strategy helped in reduce the administrative burden for students and admin staffs, thanks to the use of digital platforms. And in parallel to that, this led to the creation of a more digitally focused infrastructure to incorporate the various programs that have been highlighted by our two esteemed presenters earlier on in this panel. And what's interesting to keep in mind is that as hopefully we're starting to see an exit to the COVID-imposed crisis, most institutions around the world think this shift to digitalization is here to stay and will be one of the biggest legacy impacts in a post-COVID world. Next slide, please. So partnerships obviously are a very important part of global internationalization strategies for universities, and many of the institutions worldwide, they have been able to strengthen their partnerships with existing partners across the world using online meeting platforms as a way to replace the traditional forms of travel, which were obviously time-consuming and an expensive element in terms of budget when dealing with the maintenance and growth of a network of partners around the world. What's very interesting is that in terms of engaging partners, we're really starting to see worldwide an emerging model, which is essentially hybrid. It's a combination of physical events, there will not disappear off the landscape completely, but it seems there's going to be a particular focus at very specific stages in the relationship. There's also a more predominant place given to virtual engagements, and I think the iGauge event that we are all taking part of today is a perfect illustration of this. So universities, with the absence of physical events, as part of their internationalization strategies, we're faced with a lack of avenues in finding potential partners. We cannot replace physical networking altogether. On some universities, we're faced with a conundrum because of the dry up in international travel and networking, but the lack of virtual platforms that were available to them at the time the crisis hit to help them find potential partners. Next slide, please. Now, we're seeing also a shift in parallel to the way partnerships are handled in terms of virtual mobility exchanges. So there was a quick gap that the academics institutions needed to breach since 2020, and there was a massive turn globally towards a virtual mobility model, again, which doesn't entirely replace traditional mobility programs, but we're starting to see a hybrid model of virtual mobility with students from their home institutions actively engaging in various programs, whether it's learning, whether it's research, with students from host universities across the globe through online platforms. If we take a look at the challenges that virtual mobilities bring, they take place across a huge spectrum, from organizational level in terms of planning, logistics, and obviously legal frameworks, agreements, even if virtual are essential in terms of partnerships between institutions, pedagogical challenges, methods of interactions, particularly in terms of learning programs and research programs, assessments being conducted by the teaching staff. And obviously, because we are talking about moving to a virtual environment, there are a huge array of technical challenges, identifying and putting to use appropriate technologies, making sure that the staff and the students are trained in order to use those technology platforms in an efficient way. And obviously, there's also an element of quality assurance that has to be incorporated into the way institutions handle virtual mobilities in order to ensure that quality is maintained through this new medium of exchange. Next slide, please. Okay. Move On, which I represent today, is an online platform that is specifically designed to support universities worldwide in their internationalization initiatives through the spectrum of outgoing and incoming mobilities, as well as partnership management. Next slide, please. Okay. So the way Move On has been designed and the way Move On is evolving as a platform is that it's truly becoming what we would call a hub, a one-stop place for internationalization. Just to give you a very high-level highlight of what the platform can do, it provides access to a higher education directory with over 7,000 institution profiles listed in this directory. Each of the institution profile contains multiple elements of data that can be focused on according to the interest of the person accessing the directory. Institution performance, rankings, reputation, employability, international students, faculty ratio, and so on. It's a very easy way for institutions to find potential partners through multiple filters that they can use when accessing the directory. And obviously, institutions can also maintain and develop their institution profile to attract potential partners. Through the hub, universities worldwide can access their own data exchange platform called Move On Lite entirely free of charge. If some of you are interested, we provide the link for you guys to access the platform and make an opinion for yourself. Next slide, please. Move On Lite is a very powerful way to exchange data with your partner institutions worldwide. I'm just going to highlight a couple of the benefits. As an institution, you can get connected to a huge network of worldwide institutions. As we've seen a second ago, it's over 7,000 institutions that are connected to this platform. And you can also inform universities that you're actively engaged in partnership with to access Move On Lite, as it facilitates the exchange of information. It's a very capable tool. You can do basic management in terms of managing the partnerships with your partners, looking at granular details depending on what your interest is. And you can also manage a huge part of your student mobilities, including nominations with your partners in an entirely digital way. There's obviously a reporting element that's available to users as well. You can extract reports with various filters that you can decide on, associated with your partnerships on the mobility exchange programs that you're engaged in with your partners. Next slide, please. Okay, so just to give you a super high-level introduction to Move On, you can manage the main aspects of your international partnerships through Move On. You can also manage your mobilities, including various exchange programs, integration capabilities. Over in Europe, there has been a massive shift towards handling the totality of mobility exchanges for students as part of the European Erasmus exchange program through a digital network called EWP. Move On, as an example, is fully integrated with this new digital way of dealing with mobility exchanges. Move On also acts as data storage on reporting platform. You can build online reports that are easily accessible to all your internal stakeholders at all levels of the institution, for any stakeholders that are interested in insight into your mobility exchanges and your partnership management. And there's a variety of roles that you can assign to your users according to what you need them to do in terms of your internationalization strategy in the platform. It also gives you the possibility to manage scholarship, applications, funding management, grant rules. You can actually make payments and track those payments in the platform itself. And Move On obviously offers a very customizable interface and various integration possibilities through an open API, as well as access to single sign-on models for universities worldwide. Next, please. Okay, in terms of managing international partnerships on partners, everything is available to you through the creation of partnerships, to the management of these partnerships over time. Everything is centralized through a secure cloud solution, and it really gives you a 360-degree view of your global partnerships at the click of a button. It's particularly interesting if you engage in multiple partnerships worldwide, because it offers automation and bulk actions to your users in terms of workflow management, which significantly reduces the amount of man hours traditionally devoted to these activities. And the same is valid for the publishing of mobility partnerships for your students on the reports for your executive leadership. Next slide, please. In terms of managing mobilities, the entire volume of mobility can be processed in a very efficient manner, really at all stages of the life cycle of the mobility. Students themselves can apply on upload documentation, whether they want to engage in an outgoing or incoming mobility. Your users can manage huge volumes of mobility through that secure platform, which is easily customizable. You can really set your parameters according to what your interests are. You can also customize the views that you want to see displayed on your screen according to your own parameters. It will help you communicate through email templates with students, and as I mentioned earlier, record, manage, track, process grants of funding payments for your mobility or other program exchanges. Only has extensive reporting capabilities that you can create and export entirely online. Next slide, please. I just wanted to thank you again for your attention today. It's been an honor and a privilege to take part in this iGauge event, and I'm looking forward to hopefully meet with some of you in the not too distant future in the real world. Thank you so much for your attention today.
Thank you, Mr. Olivier, Dr. Preeti, and Dr. Vinod for these interesting presentations. We will now move on to the next presentation, which is titled Measuring Institutional Quality and Excellence through QS iGauge. And I now invite Mr. Sachin Kumar, Associate Director, Client Relations at QS iGauge, to address the audience. Over to you, Sachin.
Thank you, Prachi. So in next 12 odd minutes, I'll take you through the presentation on QS iGauge rating, as what all we are doing in it and how the institutions can take part in it. Let me just quickly share my slides. Yes, so QS iGauge rating is part of extended QS family, and whatever products or solutions that we offer, they basically revolves around the overall mission of QS, and that is to enable motivated people around the world to fulfill their potential by fostering international mobility, educational achievement, and career development. So it revolves around the students, and we strive to provide independent choices and information to the students, those who are looking for the right kind of educational institutions for their further studies. Those who are not aware of about QS, so we as an organization have been there for last 31 years. The organization's first project was to publish a top MBA career guide, and the QS was founded by Mr. Nunzio Quacquarelli, and that is where the Q of QS comes from. Now we have a presence in different parts of the world. We have more than 500 team members. We publish highly acclaimed and widely followed world university rankings. Then lots of regional rankings like Arab region rankings, Asia rankings, QS star ratings, which we are doing internationally for more than 10 years. And then QS iGauge rating. That is basically the topic in of this particular presentation. So moving on, why do you need evaluation for higher education in India? I think there are some very obvious reasons for that. Indian higher education is one of the largest in the world. We have more than 1,000 universities, more than 40,000 colleges. So definitely quantity is there. And of course, many of them are trying to achieve global benchmarks. Accountability, quality assurance. So that is an aspect where we are pitching in, where we are helping the universities as well as the colleges across the country in identifying the areas that how they can further improve their quality. And of course, it results in the overall improved performance of the university or the college per se. Rankings versus ratings. So just to address this particular point, because as and when we visit the institutions and we talk to institutions, there is lots of confusion around it. People want to understand what is the difference between rankings and ratings, as many of them participates in lots of rankings which are being published by media houses. So rankings are primarily a relative performance. So regardless of which ranking you are participating, and particularly about QS ranking here, you will be compared to every other participating university, regardless of the age, size of the institute, and then basis on the performance of yours, relative performance of yours, you will get a rank like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and all. It basically creates a hierarchical list It changes every year because we also publish our rankings once in a year. It has limited indicators. If you look at QS rankings, that is being done at international level. So we are bringing the institutions from different geographies, from different countries together on the same platform. So the indicators that we have are quite generic in nature, and so that they can actually suit the requirement of every higher education system that is taking part in those rankings. So indicators are limited, and that remains the case in most of the rankings which are there. It certainly puts a lots of emphasis on research, but when we talk about ratings and say QSI gauge rating particularly, the ratings are much more inclusive and adaptive, as here we're not going to compare you with any other participating university or college. Rather, the evaluation will be done on your data. So we have a liberty of having far more number of parameters, and the liberty to get into the details of all the data that the institute can provide. We certainly have kept that in mind, that the benchmarks are still global, though QS iGauge ratings are exclusively meant for Indian higher education institutions. The rating results are valid for a 2-year time period. Indicators are, of course, many more, and we put a slightly lower emphasis on research. That is not to say that research is not important in ratings, but that is just to include more number of students, as we understand that lots of them are solving the other problems, like the problems of access, providing the opportunities to prospective students to get their education. Why ratings are needed for an institute? It certainly provides a 2-year learning and improvement curve. It formalizes the areas of strength and weaknesses, so you can improve upon on any particular aspect of the institute if you quantify it. So QSI gauge rating gives you the opportunity to quantify the areas of strength and weaknesses. It gives you an opportunity to highlight the strengths which will come out after the audit, and you will be in a position to highlight these strengths to the prospective market as well. Plus it will help you in understanding the areas where you need to improve upon. Information gathering and data streamlining, though there are lots of institutions where data is still not centralized, it will certainly help you in that particular aspect as well. It highlights areas that are not covered in rankings because there are many more indicators, and it certainly validates your data for future planning. It certainly supports your institutional goals and KPIs related to your quality enhancement, quality improvement. And then it certainly serves the purpose of a strategic management tool, because at the end of the audit process we are going to give you a detailed scorecard which will help you with all the pointers on various sub indicators of the rating methodology that we have. Again, to summarize, it's a very comprehensive audit of an Indian institution from a global perspective. It certainly helps the institute in preparing a future ready system. If you look at the NEP guidelines, most of the colleges going forward, they either need to convert themselves into universities, and for that they need to start by going for accreditations, or you need to basically collaborate with lots of other institutions and form a degree awarding body. So this kind of an audit, particularly QSI gauge, is going to help you in that aspect as well. And it's a very rigorous evaluation. It certainly empowers institutions towards capability enhancement. We launched it on 21st March 2018 by the hands of former late President Shri Pranab Mukherjee. Going straight into the rating methodology and the parameters that we have. So there are 7 broad level indicators, and in the advanced criteria, so the core criteria is compulsory. You need to go with them if you're going for QSI gauge rating. In advanced criteria, you as a college, you have the liberty to choose any 2 out of the 6 available indicators. So overall rating will be done on 9 different parameters, and 1400 points are available to grab. If we look at different categories that we have, so to get the highest possible badge, and that is platinum plus, there are certain criteria. You need to be an institution of national importance, or you need to be within certain ranks under NIRF. To get the diamond rating, you need to score 1050, which is 75%, and to get a gold rating, 55% marks. So same applies to subcategories as well. So you will get badges for each and every category. You may perform very well in one of them, and then the other one can come up as an area which probably you need to work upon. Nationwide scores, colleges and universities, the highest score we got was 1265, then the minimum was 554. So the gap is huge. We have some fantastic institutions which have done a lot when it comes to improving the various aspects of the institute, and there are others which are on the course of doing that. These are the scores of colleges. In college category, we got 1101 at the highest score. The lowest was 424. This list is just an indicative list. Obviously, you can go to the website igauge.in. We have signed up with more than 100 universities and colleges for QS iGauge rating, plus the other solutions under the brand name of QS iGauge. And we have published the results of 70 plus universities and colleges. So both the hosting partners of this event are rated by QS iGauge. What else do we offer apart from QS iGauge comprehensive ratings? Subject ratings are uh, again extremely important. So being a college, if you can improve, or being a university, if you can improve all 10 departments of yours, then obviously there are better chances that the overall institute will also perform well in all the quality related aspects. So we are offering subject ratings in 17 different subjects at this point of time, starting from agricultural sciences to architecture, and then engineering, pharmacy, management, etc. E-lead certification was launched last year in the month of May, when we realized that parents were very concerned about the aspect of a prospect institute having enough capabilities to deliver the education in online mode, because no one was sure of how coronavirus will take shape and how the pandemic will move. And now we are seeing that most of the institutions are running online, but this certification can certainly add more credibility to your claim of having all the necessary requirements to run your courses online during corona pandemic and otherwise as well. QS iGauge school rating is our latest initiative. This is an area where we did not have any national level independent player doing the ratings of schools. So there are lots of ranking agencies, ranking organizations which are doing this, but rankings essentially does not help them in how you can improve your rank. They may not share insights on that. QS iGauge school rating can help you in that particular aspect, and of course it aligns well with the new education policy. It empowers the stakeholders and certainly help when it comes to increasing the brand presence of the institute. And it of course, we understand that regardless of how good the school or college or the school is, there is still a scope for improvement, and QSI gauge ratings, be it for colleges or schools, can help you in that particular aspect. It is again a very rigorous evaluation that we do. So after branding, once the audit results are out, we of course help the institute in taking those results out to other academic institutions or to the students or to the industry as well by various events. Here we have mentioned some of the examples, some of the events which we take part. On the left hand side, you can see the participation of QS IGAUGE in NEFSA conference in US. So time to time we keep participating in lots of events, and we also keep organizing lots of events like the one we are doing at this point of time. So, and these events could be focused on the academicians or on the students, or somewhere at the intersection of industry academia partnership, or purely for the corporates as well. Institutions, of course, they know it very well how to use their audit results in marketing and branding. I'll just quickly take you through all the slides. And then we also reach out to the prospective students by participating in various student focused fairs. So we also organize them, and we also participate in the fairs which are being organized by other relevant organizations in the recruitment industry. So these are some of the examples. Andhra Pradesh state government has also gone for QS IGAUGE rating of all of its state government universities. Objective was primarily to improve the quality. That's it from my side. Actually, I quickly wrapped it up. Over to you, Prachi. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachin, for a comprehensive presentation that highlighted the processes of various ratings that are offered by iGauge. So we have also curated two very interesting masterclasses that are starting now simultaneously. First one on concepts and implementation of outcome-based education, and the second on augmented reality. So I request all the delegates and speakers to proceed to the lobby of the virtual platform, where you can see a blue banner on the left side which reads "Click here to join workshops," and on selecting that you will be directed further to a Microsoft Teams meeting. And alternatively, you might have been receiving notifications on the portal as well, so you can join the workshop from those links. So before we disperse to join these masterclasses, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to QS IGAUGE, KIET Group of Institutions, and Noida Institute of Engineering and Technology for coming together for today's event and making it a success. I also thank all of our speakers and presenters for sharing their valuable insights with us today. And a sincere vote of thanks to all our audience members for joining us. We hope you enjoyed the sessions and had some takeaways from it. Thank you and have a great day.